Welcome back, everybody, to day 4 of the Elden Ring first playthrough. Dude, the music is so good in this game. Expect a guitar cover of the main theme within the next week or so. I was looking into that yesterday, figuring out how I was potentially going to do one, because I really like the soundtrack for this game, this intro. Also, Dino, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. My controller's not plugged in. I just realized that. Fresh cut. Yeah, we're doing bald souls today. This is the joke where you think I actually have no hair because I'm so far away, but I do have hair. It's still there. I just shaved it really low. So we're doing aerodynamic souls today. Oh man, Dino, thank you so much for the host, man. I appreciate it. If you guys don't know Dino Singale, he actually has done a crazy amount of Dark Souls runs on his channel. My favorite still is probably the Soul Level 1 hitless run of Bloodborne, Demon Souls, and the trilogy of Dark Souls altogether. So check him out if you haven't already. I'm going to give him a shout out in a second. And then we're going to continue playing our first playthrough. There we go. Oh, wait. Oops. There we go. Yes. Also, I don't want any spoilers, man, but I hope you've been enjoying your playthrough of this, man. Let me know how you've liked it so far. We left off over here looking at the water. And I've just been exploring. So the last time we played, we didn't really do a lot of crazy stuff. We just found a bunch of items. I got some armor. I got this really cool chest piece here, the Fire Monk armor. Got some talismans. I found the green turtle talisman for stamina, which is kind of like the Chloranthy ring.
Soul of the lost,
and a bunch of other stuff.
Vessel.
Ailsa, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Welcome. Yeah, the plugged-in controller might be important. It would be. From Software has good music on every game. They do, but I really like the theme they did in this one. It's just, I don't know, it's such a good... I guess it's a good way to kind of like open the game, but it also feels very like big. Like it's a very big piece of music, and it resolves really well too. It has a really cool resolution to it. It also kind of coattails Gwyn's theme from DS1, which I noticed immediately when I saw the trailer. And I think Bonfire VN, he made a video on that too, so I thought it was really cool that he also noticed that as well. Because it does start with a little bit of like the plin-plon piano, and then it goes into like this whole other rhythm section with a really cool melody for sure.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
We're calling Caesar-style balding Elden Ring from now on? Okay.
So far.
That's
I
funny.
haven't gotten to watch as much to avoid spoilers.
Like the circlet haircut?
That
Like the
boss / area been so far, Skrill?
haven't gotten to watch much because you're trying to avoid spoilers. What's my favorite boss and area so far? Favorite boss would probably be Godric. And favorite area? I honestly don't know the areas by name still, man. It's really hard for me to remember. I can show you the map, though. This is how much we've unlocked so far. I literally just picked up a few map pieces for this northern part here. And then I got this southern map piece before we finished. And the plan today was to go all the way down here and see what's over on this side of the map. So I'm going to do that right away. And yeah, we'll just see what happens. So I think we're going to face this direction and just go. I probably could fast travel to get there closer, right? Oh no, this is the closest, yeah. Okay, we're good. We're good. But yeah, I haven't beaten a lot of the main game bosses as far as I know. The way I would know that is I'm kind of basing it off of cutscenes. So if I don't see a lot of cutscenes or things that indicate that I'm progressing the main story, I'm assuming it's just optional and I don't have to do it. So I think most of what we've done in general has been optional because of that. What is this guy doing? Lord Kenneth. Oh, man. Wait, if we return to Kenneth, the guy that was like yelling from the bridge, we should be able to get something from him, right? Because this fort right here, he was telling us to go to Fort Height. Kenneth Height was the guy on the bridge, so we should go back over to wherever that is. I can't find out where it is from here. Can I? Wait. Can we see on the map? Okay, I'm going to try to remember my best, because we were trying to head to another area before that. I was trying to figure out what was over in this area, I believe. Oh, wait, no, was it? Big boulder on the road? Boulder on the road. This thing right here, right? The Mistwood outskirts. Follow the road from the fort. Okay, we're gonna follow the road. Let's go talk to Kenneth Height, because Kenneth Height wanted us to raid this fort that we just went through. We got a piece of a circle thing. I can't remember the name of it. The names in this game are hard to remember. It's a key item, right? Yeah, right here. The Dectus medallion, the left side of it. You're a jerk. You killed Kenneth for the fun of it. I told the chat if he said his name one more time that I would kill him as well, but he didn't. He was lucky. He announced his name like 14 times, and then I was like, one more, and I kill him, and he was lucky. He didn't say it again. What's this place? Siofra Riverwell. Okay, I'm gonna actually check out this first. Saw your Sekiro no-hit run last night, and you watched all your Dark Souls videos. Sorry, you watched the Dark Souls videos until 2 a.m. You're so good. Hamza, I appreciate that. Thanks, man. That's very nice of you. Thanks for watching the Sekiro video, too. I'm assuming it was the one that had, like, the cartoon of Wolf on the front of the thumbnail. The one that was the Immortal Severance ending. Okay, cool. That was my favorite run, actually. That was a really cool video. I enjoyed it. Also, welcome. Thank you for making it to the stream, dude. Man, we're going pretty... Whoa. Going pretty far into the ground here. What is that? There's still trees down here, too. What? I think somebody yesterday kept telling me, they're like, if you find a round building in Mistwood area, go into it. I'm pretty sure this is what they were talking about. I would really prefer no spoilers or backseating unless I ask for help or anything. I know people are so excited, they're just going to be like, I already saw a spoiler right when I started the stream, because I'm assuming people just maybe thought I was farther, or they didn't realize, but yeah, I think this is what that one person was talking about. How do you go into the ground and then see stars? I don't know, man. FromSoft games, dude. Shadow, thank you so much for the brand new sub. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Welcome. And yeah, thank you for supporting the stream, dude. Welcome to wherever this is. I have no idea where we are right now. We just went underground, and I'm tempted to continue and go this way. Could this be an item? We're still going to have to go find Kenneth, but we might have to do this first, though. Because there's so many of these areas I've found where there's somewhat of smaller dungeons, but I didn't go back to them. And now I can't remember where all of them are, so it could actually be a better way of playing to just do everything as we get to it, and then go back to the main objectives, like uncovering more of the map or something like that, you know? On that road, there's a boulder in the middle between the two sites of grace, one from the church. Okay, I have to go back above again to see that. One from the church and the other one. Okay, I'll check that after we're out of here. You're playing Elden Ring. It's fun, but you made your hand bleed because of it. Vita, how did you do that? Made your hand bleed. This guy's going hardcore. Dew-kissed herba. That's a new item. Shouldn't it be in there? Or is it just general inventory because we don't have the thing to use it yet? Soaked in arcane dew, it gives off the faint glow of starlight. Oh, you can actually use the horse over here too. Cool. Saj, I really am enjoying it, dude. It's amazing. It's been really hard not to play more of it. Again, I want to play longer today, but I am actually going to be making a little bit of a video with Faraz for this. We're going to do 2 videos that we planned. We're going to do kind of like a early impressions or like a podcast sort of deal, a discussion between the two of us. I'm going to make sure I edit it and put some cool visuals in it. And that'll be our early impressions, and then we're going to do one that wraps up the game once we've beaten it later on, probably in like a week or two. So we'll try to keep it pretty minimal for details of spoilers or anything. We'll just give like general impressions of what we think about the game, compare them maybe to the older games, and just, you know, give our personal history with them as well. So I'm going to be doing that right after we're done here today. This is going to take like another hour or two, so we'll have to end a tiny bit earlier, but there will be one stream we do that's going to be pretty big for this. One of these days soon. Best game ever? This is the best game ever, 100%. I don't even need to beat it. I've seen enough to be satisfied. They'd have to really pull back a lot of the hype of the game so far and just do something really disappointing for me to change my mind. And I doubt that's going to be the case. Just the execution of how they've done everything so far is really cool. The only real disappointment I think there could be, the only downside, it has nothing to really do with the design of the game itself as a concept, but more so just the way they handled the release of it. They definitely could have been more optimized with the PC release, and I know a lot of people have issues with that. I think I have a link actually here. Let me see. I do. So I'm going to make a command very quickly before we continue this. And wait, let me open the game again. Yeah, the PC release has a little bit of stutters. Some people know that. There was a really good video that was made by Digital Foundry. Digital Foundry goes over a lot of the performance of games in depth and kind of tracks the frame rate response to the gameplay and exactly maybe the causation of what is making the frame rate drop. So he has a video addressing the stutter issue. And it basically is due to the game loading new pieces of data that have never been loaded into presumably the shader cache. And because whenever something new appears, it will do the stutter, you won't experience it going back to the same thing again. And you'll notice it actually gets better the more you play, even if you revisit the same areas. But if you were to do a GPU update like I did, and I noticed the stutter is coming back again, it's because it refreshes all that again. The consoles don't suffer that. PS5 is the best platform to play the game on right now. That's the link, and then the command is just stutter. And there is no like general fix for it yet. They're going to update the game apparently, but we'll see how that goes. Rikudo, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. And Die Ultimative Mass, thank you for the Prime sub. If I said that correctly, I am happy. That's a big name. Thank you very much, guys. What do you think of the YouTube pranking era? There's some pretty funny pranks I've seen on YouTube, man. There still is some funny ones once in a while. I'm trying to think of like some of the best ones. I mean, I used to like Ed Bassmaster, or however you say his last name. He would go to the drive-thru and pretend he was like cutting out on the speaker, and then he'd like make a lot of funny faces and just characters that, you know, would speak funny. There's a car dealership one where he just it's like the guy where he'd just be like, so tell me about this, and then the guy would be like, well, it's you know, it's on sale, and he'd be like, yeah, sure, whatever, and he'd like walk around with his hands like all the way out here. That was hilarious. I really enjoyed that. Juke Squad did the ghillie suit prank where they'd lay down in people's lawns like in an actual suit looking like a bush, and then they'd stand up and scare the shit out of people. And there's one where this guy, he got so scared he spilled his drink while he was walking, and he got really pissed off at them. He was so upset. And I was trying to think, like, I'm like, if dude, I like wish someone would do that to me. That'd be so funny, man. Just to see someone in a ghillie suit come out of a bush in real life, and then you're just getting pranked on a video. They thought of some pretty funny ones. Trying to think of, like, as a recent time, there's one other dude. I can't remember his name right now. I'm gonna have to think about it a little bit, but he does a lot of Zoom call pranks, and he did a few at conventions, and on a golf course he did one that was pretty funny too. And he convinced the cops that he actually owned the golf course as the character he was playing, without showing any identification, which is really funny. But he's a little bit of a newer channel. Tabdar, thank you for the brand new sub. Welcome. What's up, man? Consoles don't suffer because they have set hardware, but PC has a lot of variable parts. That's why shaders need to be created during runtime. The technology also that the console uses to be able to, you know, run the game, it's very much so optimized for the cost efficiency of them developing it. you know, at a more budget level, so they don't have the exact same kind of parts. So like what you're saying, it does make a lot of sense. Like while they do have, you know, relatively powerful hardware, it's not actually the exact same. It's like specially designed for the console. So they can afford to run things the PC can run. Actually, especially in this generation, the new current generation of consoles can run things at a much more cheap costs, but then still perform really well, like a, you know, a higher mid-range to maybe even low high-end PC in some cases. But yeah, the stutter issue can be fixed if they just change the way that the processes are prioritized whenever there's new information put into the, I guess, the shaders or whatever's loading new information graphics wise. So I don't think it has anything to do with the CPU though. It's not a CPU issue. What was the last demigod you killed? I want to take a guess and say it was Godric, but I'm not sure if he counts. These guys are really slow, by the way. I wonder if you can even break their poise, because they're kind of made of stone, right? Can I show my stats? I can, yeah. So the character is level 30. 20 vigor, 13 endurance, 24 strength, 14 dexterity, and 12 faith at the moment. So we're kind of running a strength faith build for this playthrough. I do actually have some magic I gotta use soon. I bought a spell from, there's like a big turtle that I found, and he gave me an incantation. It's kind of like, I guess, like a great heal or like a defense and attack buff, something like that. I don't actually know exactly what it does yet, but once we meet the requirements for that, I think you need 20 faith. We can use that, and then this is imbued with like a holy weapon or war, ashes of war modification. And then I'm also going to use some other items too when I can. I think I picked up another casting, or like, actually wait, was it this weapon? That's the arcane. There's another incantation I have I can use too. Let's see. This one. This one scales with faith. This is a 24 faith. Summons thorns from a whirl of own blood. That will be really cool. So we're going to be using that too. So I guess the plan is just put all the levels into faith now. What is that? Oh, that does damage. That does damage, man. Am I using spells? I'm going to be using spells as soon as I can acquire the stats. But I do have those two that I was just talking about. I'll show you guys the other one once I'm done this part, just so I can not miss anything in this area. These guys are so slow. Godfrey? I don't know who Godfrey is yet, so that's a name I've heard in the game, so it's not a spoiler in terms of the name, but I've never seen Godfrey. I killed Godric, so if that's not a demigod, I've never killed a demigod then. Keep in mind, this playthrough has been like heavily based around just exploring every single thing I find, and when I find it, I usually do it. I don't try to, you know, like I wasn't really following like the story events, like the cutscene areas, and then taking a path from there specifically from the beginning. I just went and kind of went all over the place and wasn't even really looking at the map too much until recently. So I think most of what I've done, I'd say a good 90% of what I've done is not actually mandatory. And that's kind of how I want to play the game. I want to just do everything that's possible in the entire game in the first playthrough. That's the goal. The only thing I'm worried about, though, is I have this event that I got to do on March 4th for Intel. They're sponsoring a tournament, and I think it's going to be limited deaths. So if we have to complete the game in that tournament, then I might be in trouble, because I don't want to have to rush and beat the game just for that tournament, and then kind of, you know, spoil everything I haven't done in this playthrough yet. That would be not too good, so. Rainbow Stone. How'd you kill Godfrey with level 30? That's impossible. I've never killed Godfrey. Or unless I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure his name is the guy's name Godfrey that. Wait, no, I don't want spoilers. There's Margit, and then the boss after Margit. Is that guy's name Godfrey? Yeah, I'm saying no. His name's Godric. So we haven't found Godfrey yet. I've only killed Margit and Godric, and then I killed the ulcerated tree spirit, Tibia Mariner, the Bloodhound dude, and what else? The tree. There's like a tree giant or some sort of like or old stone giant or some crazy giant guy in like a mini dungeon. I've seen the crazy dragon. I couldn't kill the dragon, and then this statue that's like has like golden weapons blocking this this building that has the beast clergyman in it. I believe. I think that was another boss. I can't remember his name. And then there was another boss that looked like Stray Demon that was made of a bunch of like rotting wood. That was another one I couldn't kill. So I've seen those three. I can go back to them, but they were really strong. Giant worm was bad for you, Juggernaut. Dude, I love the giant worm. That was still such a good boss. That was the hardest thing so far in the game. Should have a progress command so people stop asking. Updated after each story boss. I don't think that people would use the command. They just say something before realizing it's there, man. But no, really the only way around that is just moderation. But my moderator, I bought him the game, so he's playing it right now. I'm sure he would have been anyways, even if he pre-ordered it himself. But I gifted him it, and I think he hasn't been here because he's playing it. So that is perfectly fine. And I didn't really want to go sub-only mode just to avoid all that stuff. It's not a big deal. Yeah, you can use the horse in the area here. Yeah, I just want to be able to be a bit more diverse with the combat, because on the horse you can only do so many different things in battle. It's kind of crazy, man. These guys only stagger if you hit them really hard. That does a decent amount of damage, though. It's not too bad. Oh, he can pull me over there. Oh, shit. Oh, no, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I want to kill all of them to get my stuff back. Silver Firefly. The tree giant is ridiculously hard. The guy that was in the the underground mine thing. Seofra River is probably one of your favorite areas in the game so far. This place looks really cool, man. I wonder what's going on with all of the stars. Also, we do have to use some of the upgrades for the flask and for the weapon whenever I have a chance. I just want to make sure that we don't die here. That we find all the stuff. Oh, the first boss I fought in the game, the ulcerated tree spirit, the worm, yeah. Jelly worm. Is there an item right here? Yeah. Soap. What does that do? Removes accumulation, so maybe for status effects. Slightly reducing poison buildup. Cool. Stalin, what's up? How's it going, man? How are you? Uchi, what's up? All right, wait, that's where we came from the beginning, right? Yeah? I think? No, it's not. We already went through here. This is a really interesting area, man. Looks very different than a lot of the stuff in the game. And I've noticed that there's a few places you get to when you're like, the design has definitely changed quite a bit. Which I loved about the original Dark Souls, the very first one. They were able to make the areas still seamless. The world very much so felt like it fit together. But then you'd end up, for example, in Demon Ruins all the way from Firelink. That's a long path to get down there, but it's like very, very different scenery, right? Different concepts. Yeah, no, I was going back just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Like, I know that that's the next part. I just wanted to see if there was anything we didn't find. I think we got everything, though. Do you ever watch Vadi's lore videos? I do sometimes. I haven't for a while, though. I'm trying to avoid all the ones for this game until I'm beating it. I did miss something. Okay, I'm going to check again really quickly up here. Probably this upper part, right? Curious to see how people will do a zero-hit run on this game. I'm sure it'll be done, but my guess is some things will be easier and some things will be harder than the other games. And it might even out to be roughly the same difficulty, but at the very least, there's going to be things that are different. It's not going to operate the exact same. I'm sure you'll do it, Uchi. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Definitely not even close to there yet, but like I said, I think I want to speedrun it first just to try to get fast at it and have fun with that while the game's still new, because I haven't actually done a speedrun on a game that's new before. Other than I was learning the Outlast 2 speedrun, but for the Souls game specifically, I've never actually achieved a speedrun when it's like in its early days, right? And then also I want to see how that affects the zero damage runs, if I know that first. It's over here. Gongsho, thank you so much for the brand new sub. Enjoy your emotes, man. Welcome. Never thought how long it would take to speedrun this game. Who knows, man? Is this a shortcut? Can you knock this over? Just says tree. Oh, there's guys over there, too. Good luck, it says down there. Oh no. The magic is cool. You have the little bubbles. I like how they're moving very, very slow. They're kind of like statues almost. Anyone know if you can use a controller or keyboard for this game? Or sorry, which one would be better? So controller for these games is more common, but if you are very comfortable with the keyboard, you can do that too. Like, it allows you to. They made the controls pretty well for all the recent games they've done on PC. Like the new bald style mic. Yeah, usually for me, if I cut my hair, it's like I screwed around with doing like a 1 on the blades to see if I could get it like short but not super short. But before that, like I just always just go like near bald and then just let it grow back. Like I prefer that personally. But it has been cold, so I mean, like having your head like almost with no hair is very cold. So, and I don't like hats either. All right, let's do the plunge here. It looks funny though, because the lighting, it actually sometimes you could say that we molded from the game. Oracle bubbles, dude. We got the spell. We got the bubbles. Nice. Not that I could use that, but you need 15 arcane and 19 intelligence. Launches several small magic bubbles. They drift towards foes before they naturally pop, and charging increases the delay before the bubbles pop. The claymen search for lost oracles within their bubbles, so they're made of clay. Silver pickled foulfoot. It's another one of those. I've had quite a few of those, yeah. Temporarily boosts item discovery. It's pretty cool. So it's kind of like a gold serpent ring, or one of the coins. Nice. Controller feels way more superior than keyboard. You can't figure out how to navigate menus with mouse and keyboard. I mean, it's kind of just like point and click, right? I'm not sure how you... I guess you just scroll through these. It probably is a little bit quicker to get through these tabs, but I can try to play with the keyboard for a second and see how it goes. Yeah, it's relatively the same as the other games when it comes to the controls for it. I'm not sure how you'd switch your weapon, though. That's going to be interesting. The issue with the keyboard, I think, though, is that you can't actually move in as many directions without influencing the direction with the mouse, right? Whereas with the controller, I can do this. I can run in a circle. This is what that looks like on keyboard. It's a lot more jittery, right? To make that smooth, it's very hard because there's no in-between directions. You can only go 8 ways. Zaku, thank you very much for the brand new sub. Welcome. How's it going, man? Does Twitch bug out sometimes when people subscribe? You hadn't subbed in a few months and you just did, but no notification. So what you have to do is you have to refresh, and then it'll pop up and it'll let you announce it. Same thing for if you resub every month and it's automatic. Like, it won't actually do it for you. So the only time, like, I'm saying thank you for resubbing is because the person clicked the button to announce it, but the actual resubs are going on without any kind of indication regardless. I don't get a notification for every resub. It's only if you choose to do that, right? So it just is it doesn't show up with the reminder unless you refresh sometimes. Looks very slappable, dude. It's not like shiny though. Like, there's still hair. It's just really hard to like see, you know? That's funny. One day it'll be slappable. Oh man. You just weren't sure, T Brown? Well, so yeah, you still have the badge too, so I would say try to refresh and see if that helps. Gotta buff it out. Dude, by the time I'm done this playthrough, you can assure yourself it'll be slappable. It'll be shiny. We'll be in business. Alright. Melted mushroom. Doesn't really say what it does. Keyboard and mouse does have better camera controls, though. I do agree with that, yep. That is true. All this crap is going to be quite a pain in the... Oh my god, the damage, dude. The damage. I need to find another checkpoint right now. Or we can maybe hide. I have no problem fighting that crab, but I don't think it's safe right now. We're going to have to run all the way back here. Which I guess we could do pretty easily. It's just like, I don't want to waste the time there. Yeah, what's going on over here? Why is it so starry? Have you seen a lot of character artwork from previous games like that crab? The crab definitely is like a throwback to their games. There's some enemies that are pretty similar. Like, there's dogs still. They do behave a lot better. There are these little tiny creatures that are made of stone that kind of remind me of thralls. They have like a very similar moveset. They're not exactly the same, but they are programmed, I think, and inspired by those enemies. So yeah, a lot of things that are inspirations of some of the older designs they've done, but then completely new things too. A lot of completely new things. Which has kind of been the case for a lot of their games so far. This one just has the most new content and the most originality out of anything they've done for a new IP ever, I think, other than like maybe the jump from the Soul series to Sekiro. But this is more of like a spiritual successor to the Soul series, so I'd say it actually, as a spiritual successor, is the most original since, like, you know, they first started making these games. And I don't think the storyline follows anything from the other games either, really. It's also kind of a different concept for the story, too. The conflict is a little bit different. At least from what I understand. Man, what is going on over here? Okay, wait. Can we travel back underneath here? Because this is a main area, right? I should be able to travel back here. Okay, I don't have any of the tiers. Never mind. What does the altering of the robes do? I'm not sure if I want to do that. Oh, you can remove the capes. That's pretty cool. You have to pay for it though. You watched your friend play last night. You weren't really disappointed with any of the character artwork you saw. Very well done. Yeah. What is your brand of snowboard? You need a new one and you're torn between a Burton and a K2. I have a Arbor Whiskey. And then I got Arbor Hemlocks and then the DC Judge boots. I think you could get a better setup for, like, you could probably pay less and get a better board, to be honest. It's good. It's amazing, but I think they're slightly higher in price. The Hemlocks are really reliable. I've never had a problem with them for bindings, but yeah, I think between the Burton and the K2, you might be able to get a better price. Maybe even like a Santa Cruz or something like that. But yeah, that's what I got. The Judge boots though, they're some of the most comfortable and like they're really good. I would buy them again. They've had no issues. I had a friend that bought a similar pair around the time. It wasn't the same brand, but it was like the BOA system, and his already broke. Mine are still good, so. Don't get me wrong, this is a great game, but it's just Dark Souls 4. There's nothing special or different about it from any other Souls game than a jump and a mount. Irma, honestly, you can, if that's how you feel about it, especially if you played the game and everything like that, I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. I think it's actually impossible to argue that there actually isn't something going on that's pretty special with it. That's me. I do look into a lot of the aspects of it, but it would be super easy to discredit any game from being any different than anything just because of the genre. So I could say, oh, you know, any fighting games, Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat are the same game. Marvel vs. Capcom and Soul Calibur are the same game. You know, anything that's 3D is the same. Anything with a health bar is the same. Anything that has the same controls are the same. But unfortunately, that's a lot of games, you know, in genres. So that would mean that you're actually blurring everything into the same thing. Whereas if we look at the storyline, we look at the elements, we look at every single aspect, it's impossible to actually draw certain similarities. Now, when you're looking at the same developer making a game, like I was saying, Tomb Raider, for example, Uncharted and Naughty Dog, different storyline, different characters, very similar gameplay, I would kind of draw that kind of conclusion. Maybe a little bit less because those aren't as big of games as this, but, you know, similar kind of thing like that, right? Same developer. They took what they learned from the other series that worked well, they incorporated it into a new idea. You know, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order was inspired by probably games like Sekiro. They even said, you know, Souls-like combat, stuff like that, you know. Doesn't mean that it's the same thing, though. So that's my personal argument on it, but you're very much entitled to whatever you think, and it's more about, like, if you paid the money, do you enjoy what you're doing? Because I feel like I paid for something that will actually pay back the price tag and then some. And I would have paid double, triple. Like, knowing it's this good now, I would have paid triple the price, and it still would have been worth it. So I'm super happy. And I hope that, you know, everyone gets their money's worth. The only issue I think is really just the PC stutter right now when it comes to how to launch the game successfully. That probably hurt a little bit for some people. What makes it so good? Well, you tell me, man. You're the one that knows your opinion and you're standing behind it. So, I mean, I've already addressed it quite a bit. I talk about it pretty much like every 10 minutes. I mention what I like about it because people ask, so. Ooh, that was crazy. So those things are more so, they're not even like an attack from an enemy, they're just floating around. But yeah, you can watch if you want to and absorb what you do, but if you already played the game and you don't think that that's any different and you're disappointed, you're probably going to continue to be disappointed, right? It's like I can't tell you to like Call of Duty if you like Battlefield more. Same genre still, very different game. Even same controls in some cases, different concept, different scope. You know, different developer, yes, but can't convince you to like one over the other. You gotta like what you like. We're not here to convince anybody of anything other than just enjoy what we're doing. But if you want my honest review, I will say give it a chance. Let's see. Oh my god, that slam, dude. Wonder if he can grab me. Oh shit. Has no hit been in the back of my mind at all in this? So there actually is some boss fights we've done where I can do them damageless, yes. I think everything except for Margit so far, I can foresee just the damageless strats, even with the first playthrough. Not that I'm like planning to do that right away or anything, but it's definitely feasible. Everything we've done so far, you totally could do damageless. There's some areas that are really scary though. There's some types of enemies that are extremely brutal, so... and we've barely seen anything, so this is just like a very small percent of the game. So I think that at this point, it's hard to say that for the whole thing. And you know, people have said in chat before, later on it gets ridiculous. So I'm sure we're gonna feel the pain of that, which I'm hoping for. I mean, for me, if I buy a game and it's got over hundreds and hundreds of hours of gameplay, even just to do basic things, and then another several thousand for PvP and challenges and speedruns and all that. And it's even more challenging than anything I've done. That's actually better than, if it's just the same. So I would hope it's as ridiculous as possible. I want to feel like I'm getting my ass kicked all the time. That's really what I like. I have played harder games than this. I played harder games than Dark Souls, and I enjoyed them because they made me feel so impossibly like just inferior to like the challenge of the game that to even get like a small bit of progress was almost more satisfying than beating a whole AAA game that takes 12 hours on a hard difficulty or something. So I extremely do enjoy like unbelievably challenging things, but if it's done in a way that's actually like tastefully designed, that's even better, right? If it's like really high quality and fun, and there's cool concepts like this where you can just chill, you can hunt some animals, you can make some items, maybe get some advantages by just kind of going away from the main objective and making the character stronger with the RPG elements. That's amazing. Yeah. So then it gives a dynamic difficulty to the player and puts it in their hands, not so much governed by a setting that later on maybe you regret having as a part of the game because you want to now be challenged by your own strategization and all that, right? Or your own strategy. Corey, what's up, dude? How long does it typically take you to get to hitless run comfortably? So when DS3 came out, I think it was like a couple months of doing, we did deathless, and then we did a torch only run. And then after that, I tried to do hitless. It took about a month and a half to figure it out and complete it. That was with the help of 4 other people as well, because we were all trying to do it at the same time. There is actually a documentary on that. If you just go to !YouTube, the main video playing on the channel page is the video explaining that, and some other things too. But basically, yeah, it could be months. It could be could be like a little bit less if it's a shorter game. I know Bloodborne, because it had been out for a little bit longer, that was only a couple weeks, maybe a few weeks, and that was with the help of like probably not only just a handful of people, but even more than that. So you notice the boss fights are way harder than the Soul series in this game. I think some of them are pretty easy, and then some of them are difficult as well, which is very similar in the case of how they scale the other games. Like, there's going to be some that are just very doable, especially on a first playthrough, and then others that are very confusing. And I think that makes the game have more character and believability, right? Because if everything was just extremely difficult and ridiculous, it doesn't really give dynamics to the game as much. It doesn't give contrast to actually the progression. So you don't feel like you're getting better, and you can't really look at where you came from and then where you are now. It's just all the same then at that point, right? And it's also like, in a world of fantasy, there's gonna be creatures that are easier to kill, even in like a movie, for example. Like in Lord of the Rings, they're gonna have battles that are easier than like, the conclusion of the conflict is gonna be like the hardest part. So there can't just be like a flat line. It has to be You know, like a bunch of different bumps along the way. Also, Zaku, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs, man. I hope you guys enjoy your emotes that were gifted sub by Zach. And please say thank you if you can as well. While I try to not screw this up. Doesn't look or play like a new IP, it's Dark Souls 4. Yep. Yep, it is. But I think that repeating that it's Dark Souls 4 doesn't achieve anything, though. Like, it seems like you're trying to push an agenda here, you know? Like, you can kind of enjoy the game, but if you don't enjoy the game, or you do, then, you know, mentioning that doesn't make a difference. You should just play it and enjoy it, right? If you don't enjoy it, then what are you spending your time doing? Because I could sit here and say, you know, FIFA's a sports game over and over again, but that doesn't change anything. If you don't play it, then who cares about talking about FIFA? If you do, then you obviously enjoy it for reasons you know. You want someone to explain why the game's not Dark Souls 4? It is Dark Souls 4. It's a spiritual successor to the trilogy. It's not directly linked by story or events, but it is made in the likeness of the trilogy and all the things that went well in it. The FromSoft themselves have already admitted that and said that. That was the point of making the game. Doesn't not make the elements of it original, though. Even if there's inspiration. Doesn't mean every element's original. Obviously, genre is exactly the same. Same thing again. Is Call of Duty and Battlefield different games? They're both shooters. You can both play multiplayer. One's just bigger in terms of the scale. One's more realistic. That's it. They're exactly the same genre. You do the same things. One's more arcadey. The other one's arcadey with a little bit more realism. It's just the common thing that's been existing just by genre basis for everything media-wise that in all of life, for all of eternity, and will continue to be the case forever. There's probably not going to be a lot of like new genres, just combinations of existing ideas. Grimtall, thank you so much for the brand new sub, man. Welcome. I appreciate it, dude. Smash Bros. Ultimate is just Melee 3. There you go. I mean, it doesn't matter what you label it. It's like, did you buy it and did you like it? And if you didn't like it, then like, are you finding something that you enjoy to do in life? That's really the main point. You know, it's your money, so spend your money wisely and get the most out of it if you can. I think something that offers you hundreds of hours of gameplay for a first playthrough potentially is incredible, because it's a rare thing these days for games, other than maybe genres that dilute aspects of its own gameplay to be able to offer that, like an MMO, for example. MMOs will not have the gameplay and the crispness of this game at the cost of the scale and the grind and the farm. Games that are just open world, like Far Cry, for example, they're not going to have the refinement of a shooter that's more competitive, that's multiplayer, but it's going to have the scale. So this it sacrifices very little to be able to give you a crazy scale and quality, and that's something with the hours combined is just crazy. It's just a really cool value, I think. But no one's going to, you know, nothing's going to convince you to like it if it's just not your cup of tea. And that's the beauty of art, is that you can choose to like it or not. It's the whole point. It's not like you have to do it. It's all elective. Ooh. Mario Tennis is just Pong? It is, yeah. Anything that has a button that you push that causes a reaction and you achieve an objective is a game, and any game with a health bar is the same as every other game with a health bar. Every game with a character is a rip-off of another game with a character. Any movie you watch with your eyes that has visuals is a copy of the very first movie and every other movie. Every human is a copy of another human. Every atom is just another atom, but represented differently in the construction of whatever you see it as a whole. But yeah, I know, like, what's new? Yeah. Every game's just Pong improved on. Exactly. It literally is. It 100% is, man. Actually, even Pong is still another game improved on that was made by that guy that he had like the board with the lights on it. I think it was something to do with like a spaceship or whatever. Not asteroids specifically, but it was like a game that he made before Pong, where it was just a bunch of lights that looked like a ship and he'd move it around. That was the Pong's a copy of that, you know, but just more fun. I think the misconception is like when someone was saying original, doesn't mean every single aspect of everything in its existence is just never been done. It just means there's new things in it within that package, right? That frames the whole entire concept as a new experience. But this is a discussion we've had hundreds of times before about so many different things, so I think most people know that. Bloodborne and Sekiro look just as good. They do look really good. They do. They're the same game, dude. It's actually, this is Bloodborne. I'm playing Bloodborne right now. If you didn't know. I actually made a mistake. I titled the thing on the directory Elden Ring. This is actually just Bloodborne. It's just DLC. It's a really big DLC. But they finally made Bloodborne on PC, which is the bright side of it, right? No one can answer you because you've already answered yourself. The argument's already answered. Or the debate. You got your attention, you know? Checkers is just Go for beginners, yeah. Chess is just intellectual checkers, man. In college, you wrote a paper on the same topic. You got a low grade because the topic was an attack on plagiarism. Really? Damn, man. Trying to intake. Well, he's trying to get a reaction, but he's also wanting a lot of the discussion to be focused on his topic, so it derails other kind of conversations, and then to see how many people can actually feed into the energy of it. But because he doesn't realize it's a discussion we've already had before, and that there is no actual point of it, it's mainly just a waste of time, right? So it's kind of like me saying the sky's blue over and over again. It's always going to be blue. I can't change that. It's just a fact, you know. You can say it's another shade of blue. Or it's closer to another color, but no matter how much that, you know, is true to you, it doesn't change anything about the sky, because you can't change the sky. So you can only appreciate it or not, and you can only live on the planet or decide that the planet's not for you. That's just, it's like maybe you can fly to Mars, but it's still just going to be the sky. Partake or not. I think the problem is though, like when you stream, I mean, this event happens so often that like it's just it's a played out situation, right? Like even people and their motives are actually copies of other people and their motives. And for better and worse, you know. There's gonna be a lot of people that might enjoy something. There's gonna be people that want to push a motive or an agenda for discussion. There's gonna be people that want to debate a topic in a friendly nature. There's gonna be people that want to like maybe exercise their point and get it proven for whatever reason, but there's points that are already clear. You want a legit reason why people love this game so much? Why does it matter? It's like saying like, why are we here, man? Well, while we're trying to figure that out, we got to experience things. So, I mean, either you can like the stream, or if you don't like the game personally, then you don't have to like the game. Then you can consume whatever you want. That's the end of my bit of it. I can't obviously just talk about the same stuff, but I think the problem is though, this is where people that don't realize that it's a bait, they actually fall into the bait. And by spending your time now discussing the same things, you're going to be in a time trap that you don't even notice because you're just trying to be nice, right? Or you're going to put a lot of importance into the subject, but it's already obvious. The sky is really blue. Yeah, it is. But like I'm saying, what if someone sees it differently? What if they have like some sort of perspective on it that's like, maybe it's a different color, you know? It's like, it doesn't change the sky. The sky's still there, you know, as far as we know, at least. So yeah, why people like things at all? Well, I mean, rather than that, maybe just focus on what you enjoy and have a good life. That's the best thing that you can do. There's a guy way out there. Oh my god. How do we get over there? Whoa. That's not how you get out there, I don't think. The floor is just really made of the floor. No, the floor is made of like 3 different objects, so it's actually the ground instead. What if the rods and cones in your eyes slightly different and all the colors you see are different? Well, that's the thing. Actually, there is a notion that the color I see can be slightly different than the color you see, and it very much could be true. It probably is the case. Then there's also a bunch of conditions where you could be colorblind, and some things don't show up the same way. So, I mean, I 100% believe that. But it doesn't change that object we're both conceptualizing with in some way, right? No matter how we perceive it. Same thing with interest, you know, like you could be interested in something and then something could be uninteresting, but it's still there though, regardless. So it's your choice to interact with it or not. Man, we got some turtles over here. This place is huge, dude. It's like, I wonder if we can get up. You know what? What if we can get up to the top of there? I have a feeling we actually are gonna go up there. And then what's over there too? What the hell's over there? Color blindness tends to affect men more than women. That's interesting, man. To be fair, though, the 2 people I know that are colorblind are men. So, I mean, not that that matters too much, but that's an interesting point. You love everything about the game, from art design to character design, and most importantly, where you die 1,000 times over someone's speedruns. Over someone speedrunning with 0 hits, yeah. You love FromSoft, always have. Well, I appreciate that you enjoy the games, then. That's cool. That's cool, man. I hope you enjoy your playthrough of this. If you choose not to, then thank you for supporting the stream regardless. But yeah, I don't want to get too stuck on small details of things, you know. You can totally call this Dark Souls 4 if you want to. I called it Elden Ring because that's the name, and I identify it as what it is, you know. But that could differ, so, from somebody else. It's okay, though. Is that the guy for sniping you from the cliff before? And oh, that's a whole nother area. No, this isn't even close. This is underground, actually. The dude that was sniping me from a cliff was, I think it was somewhere... Oh my god. Oh, unless you mean, like, was that the type of enemy? That might have been the same type of enemy. Or the same type of, like, weapon he was using or something like that. How much am I enjoying this game? I like I said, every like 10 minutes, like in the previous streams we've done, someone asked that question or something like that, and I've very often mentioned a lot of the same things. I really enjoy it. To me, it's the best experience I've had playing a game as far as I can remember, and also it's the best game I've played that I can remember in general. It's really cool. Travel to another location from here. Interesting. So, okay, I'm going to take a guess. This is either going to bring us up to the top, or it's going to take us out of this entire place. Like, just to some other location. So I'm gonna come back to that. We're going to see what's over here first, then we're going to go back there. Favorite feature of the game so far? The scale of the game. Like, the scope of how big it is. But the fact they still keep the quality, too. So, I mean, that might be 2 different points, but kind of those when they meet in the middle of just, you're like, whoa, it's a huge game, but then you don't feel like you're sacrificing anything because of that. There is no sacrifice or downside that I personally have experienced. If anything, it's only better. Like, which, I mean, you can say there's some features that don't need to be in the game, which I 100% agree. I feel like there's a lot of things that where if they weren't there, it would still be just as good. But that's never a bad thing either, right? You can't really kill something with having more than you need, but it doesn't hurt the actual, you know, gameplay or the feel of it. Like the crafting and everything, they didn't need to do that, but I think it's a really nice touch because then there's a reason to kind of explore a little bit more if you want to. And while you're doing it, maybe you find a crafting item you haven't seen before, you make an item that's really cool, and then because you make that item or whatever, you're like, oh, I got to go find more of this thing and make more of them because I really like this item instead of just picking it up. And then that's a one-time thing. So, and they didn't make it in a way where the crafting takes a long time. You can do it right from the menu, so it's still very quick. A lot of the things are very efficient and fast in this. You don't have to, like, wait a long time, and there's still the fast travel and everything like you'd want in an open map. But it's almost like it makes you not want to use that, you know, exclusively rather than like finding, you know, other things. It does encourage you to want to just find as much stuff as you can.
Meal is on me. Also money is just paper.
Oh, wait a second. Okay, wait, I can't see that. I'm going to open the alerts really quickly. My bad. I am so sorry. I had them turned off because I felt like it might be better on the game, but thought I could read everything from chat. Apparently not. I'm going to die right here. Nope. Yo, Tabdar, thank you so much for the tip, dude. I appreciate that, man. Money's just paper? Well, I feel like the paper is still actually a thing, but then, you know, the scary part is like the digital stuff's not actually there, so that's the scary part. That's just a promise that may not have to be fulfilled, right? Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna kill this octopus and hopefully not miss the critical attack on it. There we go. Last time we were fighting one of these guys, he like rolled down a hill slightly, so his face was in the ground, and I couldn't get the critical on him. Land, octopus, ovary, and strip of white flesh. I don't think I've seen the white flesh yet. Let's see. Boosting resistance. It's known for a long-lasting effect, so I guess boosting all resistances. Just overall. Don't know if we found anything that's done that yet. Okay, I'm going to move the alerts over to the proper part of the screen. Yeah, I apologize that that wasn't set up. Tabdar, thank you so much again, man. That's super nice of you, dude. Like, you did not have to do that at all. That was completely unnecessary, but greatly appreciated. And I'm about to die again, dude. I'm tabbed out. What's happening? Favorite boss so far? Definitely Godric. I think that was a really well done example of like a humanoid that's also kind of a creature, but doesn't necessarily always behave like a humanoid. Like, he has a lot of attacks that are kind of weird, right? I'm trying to think if I can compare it to anything that they've done before, but it's really hard to think of an example, because you got stuff like Artorias, you got Gascoigne, you have Gurman, you have Maria, you know. They're humanoids, but they're like, they have bigger movesets. They're not just like a Grave Tender, where it's like a player character, or a Half-Light. But he had attacks where like it kind of defies the physics of like a human, because he can like roll around and stuff like that, and then his arm turns into a dragon, so he's got part of a creature moveset as well, and then all these other little things going on. And he's extremely mobile for his size too, right? And then also it changes his character model a little bit, like the way you actually have to hit him and everything. His arms are gigantic, and then he's got like a tiny lower section, so it's kind of a weird sort of fight. It feels kind of like a creature. I would even say he kind of is a creature, but then he's got the human dialogue and he's got the human motives that are really important for the story. So I thought that was really cool. I think he's the coolest design so far too. Gundyr also still behaves like a human. Like, all of his stuff is like the abilities a human would particularly do. Obviously not based on the controls and mechanics of the character you're playing, but he still behaves like a human though. So even Dragon Slayer Armor still behaves like a human. He doesn't do anything that a human couldn't presumably do in a fantasy sense. Like anatomy, his anatomy doesn't define anything or defy anything. He doesn't, you know, maybe his weapon, for example, Dragon Slayer Armor, he can use a little bit of magic, but he doesn't like use it himself, like from anything that's an extension of him. It's more of just the weapon, so it's pretty cool. He scared the shit out of you. Yeah, he's actually scary too. Like the designs are kind of like this thing right here, for example. I'd expect this in like a Resident Evil game. So there's a lot of really cool horror elements that I've noticed, or even like stuff you'd see maybe in Bloodborne, but they just couldn't. Maybe it didn't make the cut. And that's the thing too. I'm sure there's a lot of unused content they would have used for other things that they made even better or repurposed in this, and that's It's nice. Dude, this thing is so crazy. What are we doing? Why? It's like you gotta get the stagger on it, or it's going to turn you into a puddle. BZ, what's up? Dancer kind of does. Dancer, so Dancer and Vort are like a little bit closer to what Godric's design would be, I feel like, where they're turning into a beast. So yeah, they have abilities and they can do things that aren't as human-like. Or even, at least like their anatomy, it's like a little bit different because of Pontiff. So that's why I really like Dancer and Vort, because of that. They have a nice twist to them. Going with a strength dex build. So we're kind of turning it into a strength faith build, sort of. I have this ability on this weapon right now where I can use holy scaling or faith scaling on the weapon, and then I can also buff it with like a holy damage modifier. And then we need to level faith a little bit more to be able to use some more of the incantations of the spells. Asked if there's any critiques and no one said a word, so apparently it's perfect. But it's perfect without playing the whole game. So, well, my review personally for this is so far, up to where I played, there's nothing about any single thing I've ever experienced in this playthrough that I've disliked. The only thing is a technical basis of them launching the game and not fixing the frame stutter for PC or not accounting for it. That's a little bit of negligence on their behalf. They have addressed it, at least. They vocalized that they understand it's a concern and they're actually working on it. And that's usually what happens when games release. There can be issues that are small. That's a bigger one. And I think they did screw up on that. No other way to put it. I still have enjoyed it despite that. It hasn't been like debilitating in the playthrough. Mainly because, again, like in that video, if you type in ! stutter, Digital Foundry found out that it's most likely the case of when new information gets loaded in, that's when it stutters. But if you go and do that stuff again, it won't stutter again after that. And so they just have to make the process of how that gets handled either different or maybe just make it a little bit more solid so it doesn't have to stutter the first time it gets new information. And that's shader related as far as Heath was thinking. On the console, PS5, again, it launched perfectly. There's no issues with that anyone knows about. And yeah, so I can only really say like technical things from the PC side. But nothing like when they did DS1 on PC without the remaster, like the Prepare to Die edition. That was terrible. So nothing like a port for a game that's console to PC. Or like Nier on PC before they fixed it, right? But yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some things after I played it fully that we can talk about more. So far, I'm really enjoying it, though. Experienced any bugs so far? You had the horse. Yeah, I had one horse bug. So my horse disappeared one time when I was running into a ledge, and I tried to jump. I think I tried to either jump onto it while sprinting, and I got stuck in like a crevice in the ground, and then died. That was the one thing. And then it tabbed out on PC a few times. I'm not sure exactly why. But again, those are just technical things I'm pretty sure they can fix. It's not a feature of like their design. It's a problem with the technical side of the game. Only no main PS5 issue, autosave not working for some users. Okay. Weird because the amount of replies made you feel like it does revolve around you. Here I'm on. Chat doesn't revolve around you. People aren't obligated to reply. Well, the thing is, so what happens is if there's a subject that holds a lot of weight to people, like for example, a lot of people like this game. Someone says, prove to me why you like it. And if you're really passionate about the thing and you don't realize that you might be getting baited into a long conversation, you're going to have a long-winded response. My mistake for a lot of things, I still made a mistake recently, just like minutes ago, for having a longer-winded response than I should have. But I'm very passionate about the game, so of course, yes, there's going to be a bit of emotion in that. I made the mistake of doing that. I don't have to do that. There's no proof I have to give to anybody of why I like this. But I am going to, just on a general basis, get into why I think it's really cool. Now, that could be handled in many different ways. Now, chat's going to fall into the trap of that all the time, every time. Not every single person, but a good, I would say at least like, you know, half the people or maybe less than half the people significant portion of people that are actually chatting are going to not realize that or think that far ahead and auto response, and then they're going to continuously get sucked into more responses. That happens on a regular basis on every channel that I've ever seen with a decent amount of chat activity over so many different things. And it even happens in a negative way sometimes when people are proposing negative things like to the streamer, saying like, hey, you suck, or like this is bad, and they'll defend the streamer, not even realizing the streamer might be okay with them saying that, and that person's actually making themselves look stupid by themselves. Now, this is a bit different, but it's just like kind of like a herd effect of just, oh, I want to address this discussion topic because I have a lot of opinions on it. And the way you handle that tends to be, you know, everyone's going to give their feedback, and then that one person is going to hold a little bit of power to be able to conduct the conversation further if they want to, especially if they have an intent to get people's attention for a long time. And that can work for the better or for the worse. If it's harmless, it's okay. But like I was saying, there's a point of where the necessity for it meets its end, right? So it's actually a psychological thing. It happens in different formats for a lot of different topics all the time, and it will continue to happen forever. It happens on social media. It's the basis of why people actually go at each other that don't even have a reason to, because a reason gets created based on, again, the intent to prove a point. It doesn't even matter. And those people, for all they know, could get along on different fronts, but they actually kind of tarnish that a little bit by not seeing the bigger picture. So this is unfortunately like a sickness of communication and you know, people's opinions differing and not really realizing it's okay to dislike something, it's okay to question it. I mean, if you want to, again, even get the focus on you in chat over a certain thing, it can be okay to do that sometimes too, but it comes at a cost. Everything has a consequence. Because then that person has to spend their time too. So in the end, what are we really gaining? That's the whole point. If people are playing this game, they're enjoying it. That's the main importance. And if you're not, I really hope you don't play it and you play something you enjoy. Or if you don't even play games, do other things if you don't like games, you know? And just have a really good time. That's what I wish for everybody. Because you only have so much time. So that's the easiest way to conclude everything of that nature. Do monsters respawn over time in this game? So I don't know if it's that they come back without hitting a checkpoint. I'm pretty sure if you've cleared them from an area, they won't come back unless you sit down at the checkpoint like you normally would. There are some items though that do. Ultra fresh. That's another way to do it too. You just check the follow time on the account. You can easily see the potential for you know, particular motive or whatever as well. And then again, there's patterns that people distribute with their or demonstrate with their behavior and how they say things, that it's just a carbon copy of another person that you've already seen do that before. The subject changes, but it's a template you can fit different details into. And sometimes I can actually tell who's already going to be, you know, susceptible to certain things before they even decide to pull the trigger on their main intent, when they're just kind of warming up. And they don't even know I know before they know. But I just let it happen because it's just like, you know, what else can you really do? And maybe eventually you can change the mind on the person. Not to say that this is the same situation. You know, I'm giving everybody benefit of the doubt just because I think it's easier to do that. But yeah, you just see these repeat over and over, and it will never stop because you can't keep up with it. You can't change the unknowns before you meet them, right? Or the people that may just come out of nowhere that are going to take their shot. But I just hope everybody in chat's genuinely enjoying the game if you like it. And if you don't, then I appreciate you being here watching it anyways and supporting the stream. And that's about it. HM, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Made massive progress last night. Been working on the same boss for about 4 hours now. Okay, without spoiling too much, like you can leave a name if you want to of the boss. But what is it that you're working on right now? I'm curious. Because I was told one of the things we completed, the most recent main boss we completed, people were actually like completely stuck on. And I saw some comments on Twitter that were like recommended through the newsfeed where there was someone saying like they had literally been stuck in that whole area for like an entire day. And I'm wondering if it's because they took the other path that I didn't take, like the main gate or whatever. Or it was just the boss?
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
I think they made those
So the world might
beetles
be
like that
mended.
because they were little shits in previous games.
Is this the game that
100%
will get me
yes.
back into Souls?
That's my guess. Because the dogs, you might notice, there actually is similar designs for the dogs with like some of their animations and everything. Not the wolves specifically, but just the regular dogs. And they've made them so much better where they don't like attack immediately. They don't have like instantly fast attacks that don't animate. And they don't teleport or like chase you and then get ahead of the character. They're pretty decent. So they've definitely toned down certain things that were really annoying for sure. And they've made it a lot more fair in the sense of you feel like you're actually earning the kill. And that you're not just getting cheesed by something. And I'll say that and then this thing's gonna kill me. But not. Never mind. You realize how primitively you speak English as a foreign language. You got the C1 English exam, but you're still amazed how accurately you can express yourself. Keep it up. I learned a ton of new things here day by day. Yo, I really appreciate that, man. Honestly, Damasi, I've never even once in my mind thought that you didn't speak English really well. And I'll be 100%. There's streamers that I know that started off trying to do English, not having a lot of experience speaking it, and over the course of a year, been able to speak very good conversational English just by making content. I have one of my best friends growing up. He was not speaking English like super clearly either. He had actually moved to this country when he was a kid, or like I think around teenagehood or so. And he learned English from movies and cartoons and stuff like that. And by the time he was an adult, like when we were like a little bit older, he could speak much better than when I met him. There's a lot of people in chat too, like just by interacting with others here, even if you're struggling a little bit, you'll learn how to speak English a bit better. And that's the beauty of it, because you can have fun and then not have to feel like you're taking a course on it, right? It's not gonna be perfect, but like it's a cool way to learn it. I appreciate that you actually have picked up a few things, but never feel bad about it though. Like you have to remember, you're speaking more languages than I do. That's already more impressive. So if you can't speak English perfectly fine, but you're trying to just be here anyways, and you have another language you're already very fluent in, that you're already ahead of people that only speak one language or a native language. So don't feel like you're lesser because of the English part of it. Just and again, a lot of the people that seem to be worried about that, there's nothing I would ever nothing would pop up in my mind talking to you guys in chat that would make me think you don't already speak English pretty well.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Thanks for nice half year.
Daiklo, thank you so much for the 6 months. Welcome back, dude. And Nikkei, is this the game that'll get you back into Souls? It might be. It's possible. I would give it a try and see if you can. But it's very possible. I think that also you could get into this and then not really be into the other Souls games as much, because there's so many people I've talked to that actually didn't play Souls games. They played this. They enjoyed it for its own reasons. And then the elements that were Souls-like in it, they actually learned to enjoy because of the other features that drew them into it. Like mainly just the story, the fantasy setting, the designs and everything. There's a guy that made a really good video on Bloodborne recently that was like that too, that I saw the other day, and he was saying how he doesn't like challenging games typically. He doesn't like to get his ass kicked, but Bloodborne, the beauty of it and the design was just so cool that it made him kind of be more open to playing harder games. And yeah, and it was one of his favorite games because of that.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Does the jump scale to weight? We're going to check that, actually. So that's a good question. Nick was asking if the jump actually gets heavier if you put on heavier armor. Okay, so now I'm fat rolling. That's the jump height. I think it's the same either way. Yep. It's pretty much the same thing. That'd be really crazy, though, if the jump was shorter. Can you open the map and zoom out quick? You're curious how far around you've gotten? Yep. Oh, man, this is like completely underground, all the stuff we already went through, right? This is what we've uncovered so far. But I'm under the map right now, I think. What happened to my hair? Oh, I got rid of it, dude. Right before we started, I went aerodynamic on you guys. No, it was about time. I usually Like to have my hair cut every at least every like month and a half, but I was slacking on it a little bit. Nolix, I hope by the time you get to play it, that you have a good time on it. English is your third language. Didi, you're from Switzerland. That's cool, dude. That's really cool. I'm sure. Like I wouldn't have even necessarily known the difference if you didn't tell me that. But I guess the cool thing too about if you stream and there's like a lot of people from all over the other places in the world than I live, or whoever the broadcaster is from, you can learn things about those places from the other people, or you guys can teach me words in your own language once in a while, right? So I think that makes it maybe it wouldn't be not interesting if everyone was from the same place, but it just gives more variety to the situation if it's international, right? Prismatic, yeah, that might be the new thing. Maybe I'll use that as a reminder. I'll make like a clip, and I'll put it on a hotkey every time someone doesn't do that. I'll play it. Probably get banned for that too. Waiting for them to fix the frame rate issue on PS5. Quasi, I've never heard of that before. Hopefully they do if you're having an issue with that. Since when do you use a camera? You remember you used to have the virtual pad. I still sometimes have the controller perspective when I'm doing runs and stuff. But I've used the cam for like probably 8 months now, 8.5. Better part of a year at this point. I did start with it too. I did use it for a long time when I started, and I just took it away. Didn't really feel like it was important for a lot of the challenge runs and speed runs, but you know, I was like, you know what, if we're gonna do other content too in the future, let's just kind of bring it back all the time, so we're not switching back and forth. And then, so you know, the people that like it, maybe it, you know, brings them to the stream and they enjoy it too in the future. And the people that don't, maybe they can get along with it. Is that a dwarven arrow? Or dwelling arrow, sorry. Arrow in which the spirits of small animals are thought to dwell, deals magic damage. Used by the master hunters of the ancestral followers. That is definitely the coolest looking arrow I've ever seen. Malika, thank you, I appreciate it. Lotion, you're from Finland. Probably not many from there are here. I feel like Finland, Australia, and Canada have the same things in common, where they're all Hollywood actors. We're all not real. It's all just fake places in the world. And we're all really nice, apparently. And we have a secret alliance that no one knows about. But yeah, New Zealand counts too, but majorly Australia, Finland, and Canada. Yeah. First time you've seen such chat rules, Kofi? Do you mean for the verification to join the chat? So that actually is going to be removed soon. So not tomorrow, but the next day, on Tuesday, it'll be gone. It was just a thing I had to do for main page. And I tried to get around it, but they told me within 72 hours if I didn't have it enabled, I wouldn't be able to be part of the promotion they invited me to. Whoa. Oh, you can like straight up visceral the rat? Oh my god. Okay, these guys definitely backstab them. Don't try to attack them head on unless you can maybe get a parry or something, because they will charge you. Did I lose a bet, Big Bird? No. Where am I from, luckily? I am from Canada. Australia isn't real. That's what people say, man. It's too good to be true. And what about the internet, too? Like, why is the internet so bad over there? It's because it's not even on the planet. It's actually off Earth. And they just stitched it into the map. But the Wi-Fi is going across, like, the entire, like, universe. So that's why you get such a bad signal over there for the ISPs. They're not even on the planet. right? At least Canada's closer to Earth, so it's on the west coast, Stalin. I'm on the east coast actually, or close to the east coast. Jonte, I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much for coming here, and thank you for watching the videos too. There's gonna be some more stuff coming out soon. There's one actually already just wrapping up for Demon Souls, a tier list with some of the backstory of the characters in the game. That'll be like more of a discussion video, and then Faraz and I are gonna be doing a little bit of like a podcast for this game. It's gonna be 2 episodes, just a short one, where we give our impressions for the early game and just talk about, you know, the comparison to the other stuff, and then we'll do a late game one as well once we've finished everything. So the first one won't have a lot of spoilers in it, and I'll try to get that out pretty soon. We're gonna record that today, and then I'm gonna do my own review of the game. I'm gonna make some guides once we're through the first playthrough, and just keep putting the parts of the playthrough up. What I decided to do, because I was gonna actually upload part 3 from yesterday this morning, I think it's better to do it after the stream's over, so you guys can watch this and then catch up on whatever you missed, and it's not like kind of overpowering the stream. So just to make it a little bit easier for people to watch, I'm gonna upload that one, or like finalize the upload and publish it right after we're done. Think you got something in your arm? Yeah, they shot me with the arrow there. How many hours in? What level am I now? I'm level 30 still, I think. And then we have 14 hours, 35 minutes so far. Even got the thick emotes, yeah. Spent a long time doing research on that one to make sure it wasn't violating the TOS. Oh, man. But yeah, we're going to try to get an Elden Ring emote, hopefully within the playthrough, and then I want to get some merch for it too. Get some channel art done. So that's going to be on Tuesday, hopefully. Not sure if it'll be finished by then, but I have an appointment with our artists, with Carson. We'll see if we can figure out something. When's the podcast? So it's actually not going to be streamed on my channel. I'm going to make a video of it and then put it on the YouTube. It'll be added to the discussion playlist, but we're going to record the first episode of it right after I'm done the stream. And then I should be able to edit it and put some imagery behind it and everything. Have it ready in a couple days. Dude, the arrows are so powerful. Dude, no, it's actually insane too. The arrows have perfect tracking when you're running, so they don't miss you. Their arrows hit you even if you strafe it. Like, you actually have to roll it. You cannot run away from it. It's a homing missile, yeah. That's even scarier than magic. Okay, we're gonna try to run through all that stuff and see what's beyond there. Then we gotta take the waypoint, see where that goes. We're getting the crumple emote? Maybe I'll take the crumple concept and turn it into an Elden Ring emote. I'm trying to think of like what we could do with that though, with that expression. About to pull an all-nighter. Best time to find out you're live. Jonty, what are you pulling an all-nighter for? Yeah, what's going on over here? Oh, it's the poison flowers. Okay, we have one thing to cure poison buildup and alleviate it. We have an immunity boost, and then we have one that causes poison buildup. Oh, this thing's pretty crazy. Yeah, that's not gonna work out too well. That's strong. Oh, they can move around too. That's crazy. What? You need fire for it? Does the fire do a lot of damage? Curious to know, but do you do daily workouts, Ben? No, I do some stuff about 4 to 5 times a week now. I was doing 5 to 6, but I decided to take one extra rest day a week and see how that goes, just to give my joints a rest and everything. But yeah, just most of the week, but not every day though. Oh my god, we're falling. 'Cause I'm free falling. Oh, there we go. How good you investigated first map chunk area, Cryptid? Probably not thoroughly to the point where I found everything, but there's still things I uncovered that I didn't go back to. So like there's like little mini dungeons we haven't gone through fully yet within the first area, I believe. Is taking a shit on carnivore diet considered an exercise? That's funny. That's hilarious, man. It could be. You could burn some calories in discussion, I guess, right? Speaking of which, sliver of meat, our character's going carnivore here. Fire absolutely destroys the plants. Many nights in pots from what you've seen so far. I had the fire buffs. I used both of them by accident, though. The quick ones. I still have the fire grease that lasts a longer time, I think. I only have one of those, though. And then I have 2 of the mini lightnings, 1 magic, and then 1 dragon wound. Gotta make more of those. I think it's really cool. You don't pick those up like you would pick up resins, right? So you're actually incentivized to make a lot of the stuff, at least at this point of the game. So it makes that system pretty useful. And then it's kind of satisfying if you don't use it all the time too, because you collect all this stuff, then you just bang out a bunch of items all at once. Just make a huge amount of them. And you got them. So, do we have a clap? I don't know if we have a clap here. Definitely not the right gesture for the song.
Oh, a customer.
Abandoned merchant. Oh, he sells the stone sword keys. That's pretty cool. Exceedingly rare to find. Nascent butterfly. Let's see. Just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. Interesting. Larval tear. Material required by the amber egg cradled by Renala, queen of the full moon, to birth people anew. Being born anew allows the reallocation of attributes boosted by leveling up. Oh, you can use oil urns in this too. You can make the oil pots to boost the fire damage too. There's the Shotol as well. He's got the Shotol. See, I'm tempted to buy these cookbooks for the stuff that it gives you, but expands crafting repertoire. Yeah, we might. I don't know, man. The keys are really useful. The keys are definitely useful. Yeah. Well, okay. Where is this on the map? Because what I can do in the meantime is I can mark it. Can you name the markers? That'd be insane if you could name them. I'll mark it for now. We can come back there. How does leveling work? Similar to Dark Souls, where you actually just go to the checkpoint. Once you've progressed enough, there's a character that allows you to do the leveling. And then you just level yourself at the checkpoint. You have Vigor, Mind, Endurance, Strength, Dexterity, Intelligence, Faith, and Arcane. I think the way that the scaling works for resistances is a bit different. And the balancing for everything. So I've put a lot of strength in so far. And I can't tell if it's because of the weapon I have, but the scaling is much slower. Like, it doesn't actually go up as much. But it could be because of the halberd. I don't have any really good scaling weapons at all yet. I guess the claws in dexterity would probably be the best. The C. You can use different icons for the markers. We'll make it the gem. We'll do this. Wait, we'll remove all of them. And I'll put the gem back. There we go. Forsen build. Is Forsen your favorite streamer? Oh, this brings you back to where the flower was. Okay. Okay. What? This guy's just playing a song beside this dangerous flower. Curious of what a speedrun looks like. I'm not sure if anybody's done that yet. Do the markers show up on characters? On other characters? You mean like if I put a marker on the map, can I put it on an actual person and then the person moving around would take it with them? Like if it's an enemy or something? I have to go back through there. It makes you... Favorite streamer is Catboy Kami. Okay. I have to go back this way. More like if you made a second character, would it keep a marker on your second? Well, so you wouldn't actually, like if you made a second character, you'd have to replay the game, right? So, I'm not sure what you mean by markers in second character at that point. Like, you'd just be doing another playthrough. So, or you're saying, like, would it keep the markers from the other profile? I don't think it would. I think it would actually be reset because it's a different playthrough. David, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good day as well. And, yeah, I look forward to seeing you again whenever you can make it. I'll try to survive until then. Dude, this view is crazy. Wonder what's in that building up there. So we still didn't use the waypoints. We're gonna have to go back and try those too. But for now, I want to see what else we find over here.
Granted, so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Oh, I'm gonna be dead soon. It's arrows.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended.
Oh my god, it's sniping, man.
So the world might be mended.
Squillakilla with the fresh cut.
Dexter, thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back. And SOB, thank you so much for the 8 months as well. Both of you guys. Everyone ever told you your voice is so monotone? I know it's very monotone, yeah. It's actually for a reason. Mainly, I use a lot of energy streaming, so I like to kind of conserve it for the focus on the gameplay. I could be a little bit more enthusiastic sometimes, but it is fairly monotone just by default. And then within extra enthusiasm and energy, I get gassed, man. I need to kind of chill to pace myself. Perfect streaming voice, Samira. I appreciate it. I know it's not for everybody, but yeah. But I could just talk like this the entire time, and then you would probably just get a little bit more concerned and bored, Mr. Anderson. That most likely would not be good. So, you know, a little bit more variety than that, but you could just say the exact same thing the entire... Hawking voice. Don't have any keys, yeah. The keys have to activate the lift. We have to go back to the merchant. You have a choice. That's okay, though. I have a lot of runes. We can actually just pop a lot of this stuff and go get it. Oh, it's a grace site over here, too. We can look back. Oh, shit. Great tone. That's pleasing to hear, even if you're not wildly animated. Oh, I appreciate that, man. It's just got to be good enough to understand what's going on. That's it. I'll be 100%. You don't have to actually have an impressively amazing voice to be a successful streamer. I think most people have proven that. If you look at most successful streamers, they don't have the most impressive commentary of all time. the experience they create is just enjoyable enough, and there's something about it that people like. So, but yeah, that's the beauty of it. It's the same thing like when people are saying like radio. There's a lot of radio hosts that don't sound amazing. To be honest, that's not a prerequisite like or a guarantee all the time. You need the actual communication degree and the passion for it and the ideas and be able to speak, you know, fluently enough, right? First and foremost, that's way more important, I think. But you might not want to have, you know, like, what's it called? What was it when it? I'm trying to think of the name. My mind's blanking. What is the word? Dude, I forget what it's called. Okay, yeah, you might not want to sound scary, but yeah, we'll just say that. Not resonance, no. It's like when your voice like cuts like a little bit. I'm trying to voice cracks. You might not want to have voice cracks like this on the radio. It might be quite difficult to make the idea that you're trying to convince people that you are serious about it. Yeah, you don't want voice cracks. Sorry, that's probably you just want to, you know, get the point across. Okay, wait, where was this merchant? Yeah, that's just when like I have to hit a button to actually stop that from happening. If I take it off, that's what it sounds like, and then I hit it again and it just goes back. That's the beginning again. Oh yeah, we had to go up that wooden structure, right? Dude, this area is so big, I need to pay attention. Close to Hank Hill. A-Tail, you're laughing, that's good. The radio hosts on Fallout 4. Oh, 3 Dog? It's 3 Dog! Galaxy News Radio. I haven't played Fallout for a long time. That was the best station, though, I'll be honest. Fallout 3, yeah. Fallout 3 was actually a good game. Jawbone Axe, what? I didn't see that before. I must have got the guy to drop it. That's a good weapon. I think. I mean, it's different. Maybe we can power stance that with the war pick. Let's see. Oh, maybe not. What's the weapon art on this one? Is it the kick? Just like a spin? To hold it? Ooh, that's pretty cool. Nice. Very short range, though. It looked like a much bigger weapon from the icon, but... Jordan Peterson would be a successful streamer. Oh, Jordan Peterson, just from who he is already, if he made a channel, he'd be fine, yeah.
So the world might be mended.
Maybe without having any kind of background in anything, it'd be harder, but I think he could have some interesting discussions for sure. Sam, thank you so much for the 72 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it, man. Three Dogs awesome. Fallout 4 had super inexperienced host who was insecure. Did they do that on purpose for the... is it the same station? Is it Galaxy News Radio? You killed Three Dog? Can you actually... Oh yeah, I guess you do meet him before the end of the game. Killing Three Dog, that'd be kind of sad. Okay, we're gonna get these Stone Sword keys and then warp back. I'll be honest though, every really cool thing I've found so far, the ulcerated tree spirit, the turtle thing right here, and then whatever's gonna be coming up here, probably is important to have them for. They do seem to unlock really good things. We're 2 for 2, so let's see if we can find something else that's cool. Just gonna pop all the small ones, why not? That's still not a lot. We need 6,000, right? There's 3 of them that he holds at 2K each.
Good customer.
Yeah.
Goodbye till next time. hello again, good customer.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
All right, 3 stone sword keys, 3 more secrets. Reptar will go on. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, Reptar. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your emotes. And dude, thank you so much for using your Prime sub here as well. Best to grab all the keys you can, to be honest. I'll keep a note of that just because I started with 1 and then I found some, but yeah, then we ran out. Hey y'all, it's 3. I can't even do it. 3 now. Dude, that was like the best part of Fallout was literally like 20s music and then just like blowing stuff up in Washington DC. That's just like a cool thing. I don't know. It was fun, man. The aesthetic of just that whole game was very interesting. The New Vegas wasn't the same, even though Nevada is, you know, it's cool because like the Western feel. It's kind of just, it was completely different for me. You don't need to open that imp statue at all. It does create an elevator to get out. If you didn't know, you can press R on the Xbox controller to switch from underground view on map. You can press R. Like in the map view. I don't see a control on the bottom that says you can switch. Oh, sorry, R3. R3, not the trigger. There we go. That's cool. Okay, thanks, man. My bad. It's interesting that, like, so far over here, when we're, wait, let me zoom out again. When we're over here, it opened up so much more of this area, too. We didn't really have a lot of this on the map visible. So now, I wonder if there's stuff over here. So this was just a shortcut that we could have gotten, but we don't have to use it. Is what you were saying. Whoa. Okay, it's like a different area now. Did they fix the stuttering issue on PC version? Not yet, as far as I know. I mean, I haven't had any issues yet today, but then again, we're not really in like super big areas that are part of the open overworld. We're kind of under the map right now, I think. Oh, we actually got brought somewhere else. Now we're over here. We were down here. Oh, no, wait, we're still under the map, yeah. We're still under the map. I believe. Because I haven't actually seen this area above ground yet. Oh, no, wait, have we? No, we went over here. Bestial Sanctum. I wonder if this thing right here actually is the next map piece. If it's like in this area or above. Kind of reminds me of Ash Lake, how like there's a sky, but you're below ground. It's like, how does that work? Why are you drinking from an IKEA vase? This is it's actually part of a bottle. I don't know if you can see the title. It says Grail. So they come with a filter you can screw on, and if you're traveling somewhere where you don't have water that's clean, it filters the water in the bottle itself. It's just the bottom part of it. Oh my god. Rune fragment, yep. Oh, that's some damage. Wait, I wonder if I can I go travel from here back to the blacksmith? I can. Okay, cool. Favorite weapon types so far in Elden Ring? I haven't found any weapon types that are much different than just like the standard stuff they'd make. I mean, the best weapon we have so far is either the halberd that's golden or just the regular one. In terms of effectiveness, I like this weapon's moveset the best, the curved greatsword. Like just this one, but I can't use it yet. Let me see if can we two-hand it. Won't let me. Oh, you can't attack in here. That's why. Okay. My bad. Okay, I'll show you after we get out of here. That is not where the blacksmith is. There he is. Thoughts on Radagon's Scar Seal Talisman? Don't know what that is, Jaunty.
Now, those eyes of a challenger who's felled his mark. Find them well. Now lay out your arms.
Okay. Seems like the weapon you have in your hand is the only one he's going to upgrade. Like, it doesn't go to the rest of the menu.
Back all no matter.
Unless he can't scale this one further. I think he can, though. We should be able to level not only just this, but we can level other stuff, too. Maybe we don't have enough smithing stones for this one. +5, yeah. That's pretty rough, man. We've gotten a lot of equipment, or a lot of upgrades, but not a lot for that specifically. Let's see if we can upgrade this one.
Back all no matter.
I thought I had a somber smithing stone. What? Wait a second. Oh, we have the stronger version. We don't have the version 1? Is that what it is? Damn. And then let me check the other sword, this one. What are the requirements we need? We need 17 dex. So let's level some dex and use this instead. Because I really like this weapon. See if we can upgrade it too.
Back all no matter.
How much is it going to be? Oh, you need the somber stone for that too. Never mind. That sucks. Yeah, we don't have enough for anything that is of interest here. So you're going to have to wait. Press right bumper. You can see the other ones on the other page. Okay. Need to play Bloodhound Gang in order to use Bloodhound's Fang. Alright, we'll go back to where we were. I think it was down here, yeah. After you completed the game yesterday, one thing you realized was there are a lot more two-handed weapons and strength-based ones instead of dex weapons. Yeah, I guess it depends on like getting farther in the playthrough for me to really see that, but so far from what I found, it's just this stuff, right? Like, so I started with this weapon and the halberd, then we found Reduvia, Bloodhound Fang, Jawbone Axe, Warpick, Lucerne, Golden Halberd, the Cipher, and the Hook Claws, which isn't like a lot of stuff, right? There was some things we could buy too, but none of them were really interesting that I saw. Also, I'm probably going to upgrade the flask now, too. But not enough golden seeds? What? I thought I already had one. Wait a second. I do. Or do you need more than one at a certain point? You need 2. That's crazy. Oh, okay. At 10, you need 4. Oh my god. It's good to know, I guess. If the other giant over there can snipe me from here, I'm gonna cry. What if he's got like Tower Knight kind of mechanics where he can just get crippled from the ankles here without an actual normal stagger? There we go. This thing's huge. It's bigger than Yorm. I have to get his chest instead of his head. Golem, Great Bow, and Great Arrow. That's sick, dude. So that we could probably use that because that's more of a strength thing with a little bit of dex on the side usually. We still need a little bit more dex. So maybe we should work towards that, and we should work towards, you know, being able to still use the things we have here, but then, you know, the Bloodhound Fang, 'cause that is the coolest weapon that I've found. You get this really sick weapon art here. Looks pretty awesome. It's kind of like the Murakumo as well, or the Exile Sword in terms of the weapon class. That weapon's OP. Good. Okay, thank you for telling me. Having a ranged option would be good. Yeah, and great bows are usually pretty hard to use, so it'd be interesting to use great bow in the first playthrough for this.
So the world
There's still an
might be
item over
mended.
here.
Have you come far?
Lord Sensi, I don't think I'm pretty far through the game, to be honest. I've just been exploring. Like, for all I know, even this right here is not required. I don't want anyone to tell me, but we've just been kind of doing whatever we see and going from there. So in terms of what seems to be the main progression, like where you get cutscenes and like main storyline information, I've only done a couple things. But that could be good. It might make me strong enough to, you know, take down the other stuff a little bit easier when we get there. So I guess I'm just going by what we see over here. Oh, this brought me back to the area we saw earlier. It's like a loop, so now we're below this cliff. Maybe that's the only way to get here. Because before I was trying to figure out how do you get off the cliff. Oh my god. This is scary.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
This game is so good.
Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't have the magic anymore, damn. Okay, big finish here. Not that it's necessary. Iron Golem DS1. Marcus, thank you for the 50 months. Welcome back. And, yeah, Sensi, thank you again for the 15 months, dude.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
How does the Sacred Blade work? So if I actually had FP, I can show you... I guess you're talking about the Ashes of War we used on it. It usually buffs the weapon with like a holy damage or like a fate, like a miracle damage kind of thing, and then it shoots a beam whenever it does it too. And then if it's close and it doesn't have the range, you can actually just use it as an attack close up. but we don't have any of the blue bar left. I have to actually replenish that. I don't know if I have anything that could do that right now. The inventory. Save Forth, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying everything. Break gem and use FP to produce magic bolt. What? Glimstone scrap. Use FP to temporarily boost poise. We can't do that. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to hit another checkpoint. So yeah, this is kind of disconnected from over here. We were at the top of this cliff way earlier before we went down that elevator in the other side of the map to come over
Let
here.
strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Ingprid, thank you so much for the 2 months. Welcome back. Thank you for using your Prime as well. You fixed your FPS issues from yesterday, Jax. What helped the FPS issues? Will I be doing PvP or co-op? So I already have done a little bit, and I'll definitely be doing more for sure, yeah. I'm just kind of enjoying the playthrough so far, trying to figure out what we're doing here. It's all just like a mystery at this point. Now we're apparently talking to a jar that is gigantic. Doesn't say anything though. Imagine you just need like a really big weapon. Okay, we can't open this. Pot of Greed, yeah. Draw 2 cards. So we die 2 times and enter. Look at this thing too. Stuck in the rock face. Must have been some sort of giant. So, I guess we're going to go back to where we were and then go the other path now. Back over here. That fix you gave me from Faraz has worked amazing. You don't have any stutters now, by the way. Juggernaut, really? That's awesome, dude. That's really cool. I'm glad it worked for you. Yeah, for me, for whatever reason, it would crash the game, but I don't think mine's too bad anyways. Maybe the stutters you guys were having were worse than mine, so. But they did do an update. I'm not sure if that update actually did anything right this second. There's just a small one. What is going on here? Okay, we have FP back. I can show you the Sacred Blade. He canceled it, damn. Do another one. Oh my god. Okay, what? What's down there? What was that? I don't know what that was. Missed something on the ground next to the big jar guy. Showed after you talked with him. Okay, I'll go back there. Wait a second. Why would there be a statue here if... This is a different part. What is going on? Dude, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave. Oh, yes. Okay, that works. I'm gonna die in a second anyways. Scarlet Rot, yep. Oh, let me just get this other thing before we go. You shouldn't die falling there. It could have just been the health I had left and the angle I fell on. It could have been like I got caught on the object and it did more fall damage. Sometimes when you fall on something that doesn't count as ground, you're floating and it still calculates you falling. That's what happened with the pot, because I jumped on top of Alexander the Jar Warrior, and the game thinks you're falling, and then as soon as it like calculates that you might have hit the ground, you die. So when you're vibrating and stuff like that, it doesn't think you're actually making contact with the ground properly. Any tips for learning guitar? Just practice, I would say. At least if you can. If you don't have a lot of time, 30 minutes a day if you're trying to get better and you're beginning could help. Practice chords if you can first. And then if you can practice scales and everything and incorporate those into songwriting or learn music as well at the same time, that's probably your best bet. And make sure you're doing something that's pushing either the technical or theoretical ability of learning it, but then also something that's just purely fun that you enjoy at the same time. Always have something fun and have something a little bit more frustrating that's going to get you better. I think that's it's a good way to work on it. But it depends on what stage you're at. I think the first thing is strengthening your fingers and your hands and getting used to the feel, and then from there, again, chords and scales and a little bit of theory, whatever. Maybe learning some of the music you like, and down the road, eventually training your ear to hear things as well. Okay. Why are we all the way over here, though? We died in between. So do you think because I fell down and died, it activated the statue of this area, where I was supposed to actually just fall down there anyways? Because we died over here. We died in the same direction, but we didn't actually make it to that water, unless it's right where I fell. A glitch, maybe? Yeah, it's weird. This thing's pretty hard to kill, to be honest. Okay, wait, before we even kill him, let's not worry about that yet. Let's try to go get that item from the jar guy. Learn Wonderwall and play it everywhere you go. Hey, that's something that you can use as a, something that's tangible for you to learn. Go for it. Whatever gets you into it. Changed a few settings. You think it was just really bad near the tree sentinel? Everywhere else was fine. The thing that was addressed in the video that I linked in the command !stutter by Digital Foundry was that if you're reloading things you've already seen, you don't get the stutters because it's more of a new information procedure that I guess the shader cache goes through, or the cache goes through in the GPU or something like that. That's what he's trying to get at. But at least presumably that's what he thought, and he tracked like the progress of it as he went through things that were new for the first time, and it would stutter pretty badly on every brand new encounter. It could even be a new type of enemy it hasn't loaded yet, but then the same things going back to it would not cause the same problem. Ooh, rough. If you set the cache limit to unlimited, the NVIDIA control panel helps a lot. That's really good advice too. I'm sure there's a combination of things we can do to mitigate some of it, but I'm not sure if you could completely eliminate everything. And it kind of depends on where the problem's coming from. If it's just actually a performance issue that's not the stutter that everybody's getting, or sorry, most people. It could be like older hardware, or if it's literally just a common update they need to fix, or a problem with the update. Because apparently like 30 series cards are much better at avoiding that. At least for NVIDIA, or whatever equivalent of the AMD ones that there are. Okay, I don't see an item. Maybe somewhere we missed, or was it just mistaken for a message, maybe? No item. Moment you talk to him, saw invader sign shown on the ground. Oh, okay. Okay. Guess we're going back. Hit the pot? I'll try to. Let's see. What level am I? I am level... I think we're still level 30. Yep. We're in battle, so it's not going to let me get out of here. Those 3 in the middle of the road, red. Oh, these things right here. Knight of the Great Jar. You have to battle some NPCs. Honestly thought those were bloodstains. Oh my god, this guy's HP is pretty wild. Yep, that explains that. What was the point of the starry area? Is there no boss? We can always go back there and look even more. I'm sure there's stuff I missed, man. Because there's those waypoints. We have to go back there and check the waypoints. They'll probably bring us to the upper areas that don't let us leave the area like that lift did. I think the key was to go to the next place, which maybe you can get here some other way. There's still the area over this way too, and then there is... Obviously, we can come back to the knight with the jar knight guy, or the big jar. I'm assuming you have to kill those guys to do something else. Maybe he'll talk to you. But we're not going to be able to beat those guys that easily right now. So, in order of what makes the most sense, let's go to the waypoints. So back to the underground, and then over here, I think. He had a mortal blade, yeah. I got the ability to do that, the Ashes of War that let you switch the weapon to be able to do that blood attack. Let me see if I can find it in the inventory. Or actually, it might be in this menu. I'm not sure what weapon it's usable with, but... Let's see. This one right here, Ashes of War, Bloody Slash. So it might not be the exact same damage or the same animation specifically, but it's very similar to that. Causes blood loss, build up, and then has a fancy animation. Finally found the dang item you've been looking for that's been barring your progression, or barring your progression, Tame. Well, I'm glad you did. I heard there's some other people that got stuck at some point too. I think that's kind of normal though. Ooh. So the first waypoint was over here. See where it takes us. Underground Star Area is beautiful. It looks so cool, man. I'm wondering, like, lore-wise, what that does, or what it means. Oh, it just takes you to the other ones in the map. Okay. So you can skip that part. There's still clearly way more stuff up here too, though. And I'd imagine you can go up there. And there's whatever this is. This looks pretty important. So I think there's either something we're missing or we have to come back and do something else. Yep. I was waiting for it. I'm like, when's it gonna happen? Oh, there's some buttresses over here too. We could actually like climb the things maybe. I don't know. There's a story quest line that tells you about this place, really. So you can kind of find it without having to discover it through the dialogue. Okay, I'm gonna go to the one that's closer to where we exit and then run to where we just died. Didn't want a marker there. Did it remove the marker I had before when I left the area? Or did I replace it, the merchant one? Oh, I guess we bought the keys from him anyways, though. The area you're at is by far the coolest thing you've seen in a game. Really? Well, you know, I hope there's cooler stuff than this. I mean, not that this is bad, but I'm sure they could still crank it up a notch from here, too. Any bugs so far? Yeah, the horse disappeared on me once, and then I died. And the game has tabbed out a few times on PC. Other than that, we're good, though. I'm really having trouble avoiding these arrows here. Like, I'm actually not sure how we do it, other than just healing. Because look how far away the guy is that's shooting. See how fast that is, too? It reaches me within like a fraction of a second. Are we gonna get another golden seed from here? Yes. Okay, now we can upgrade the flask. The messages. So yeah, maybe you don't get up here from this way. It's pretty close though. I mean, it is right beside something that looks like you can be on here. Jules, just as of today. Introspection, I had secret passage. That definitely is not the case. Unless you have to do something crazy. It looks like it would be, though. Maybe there's another requirement for secret walls in this. You've only found one place with secret walls. That's really cool, though. Okay, we can go over this way, too. Hidden path. People just trolling everyone. There's an incredible area visually wise later on. Yeah, I mean, I saw a little bit of some of the earlier trailers, and there definitely was some cool looking places for sure. Is the halberd good? Honestly, it's okay, but I don't know how good it is compared to other weapons in this. I haven't done like a crazy amount of stuff on the game. I'm sure there's way better weapons. I do have one people were telling me is really good. This one right here. I don't have the ability to level up the weapon with materials yet. I don't have the material. If I did, then I would actually put the stats into the character and use it, but even with meeting the requirements, it'd still be a bit weaker than this. So once I find more of those stones, I can do that. Dude, the secret passage thing is definitely just a troll at this point. Wait, did somebody write a message on the ceiling there? What is going on there? Just climbed up here with the horse. That's so funny. Just up in this little... Guys, you gotta go this way. Okay, so that's that. What was that rune arc thing? Grants the blessing of an equipped great rune upon use. Cool. That's such an interesting design with the lift, too. You saw an incredible area, but it really eats the FPS. Like, just constantly, the whole time you're there. Okay, so if we go through here, where's this going to take us? Is it going to go backwards to the other spot? Where's this on the map? It's underneath Mistwood. That's where it starts. Or that general area. Yeah, it does take us back to this one, okay. When are you building your new PC, and have you finalized the specs you'll be going with? I have an idea of what I want. I'm just waiting for a response from the company. So trying to arrange something with them and then figure out exactly if we're going to go with them or if I'm going to do something else. But regardless, even if I don't go through like a specific custom build place, it'll be 3080 Ti or something that's the equivalent of that with probably like an i9 or a Ryzen equivalent and probably 32 gigs of DDR4. Liquid cooling, and probably like an 850 watt gold certified PSU. That'll be the idea. So just twice as good as this setup, minus maybe the GPU being like only like 1.5 times better. Yeah, I think having like 12 to 16 gigs of VRAM would be good, and then double the regular RAM would be nice too. And then I can do the 1080 native or 4K downscaled streams in 60 FPS, and then not have a double setup as well. Found any secrets yet? I don't actually know what a secret would be in this game, man. I'm not sure. Can you have the old computer? No, Fulmy, you cannot have the old computer. That'll be badass. What are you rocking now? I have a 2080 and a i7 7700K, 16 gigs of DDR4, just like Corsair Vengeance, and then thermal take. I think it's a 750. It's either a 650 or a 750 gold for the PSU, and then I have just like regular cooling. It's not liquid. Sick Fantas, thank you for the brand new sub, man. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your emotes, by the way. Ooh. Just getting started. Oh, it bleeds. That's interesting. Can you see the stats? Yep. 20 vigor, 24 strength, 14 dexterity, and 12 faith are what I leveled so far. Been looking to upgrade with the same specs also. So far, NZXT has the best deal, but about 1K. You found all that stuff for 1K? How's that possible? That's crazy, man. That's like a $5,000 to $7,000 build. That's insane, man. Because like this PC right now is like probably double that. I think just the 2080 is $1,000. So that's pretty crazy. Unless I'm like misinterpreting the like what you're saying. $1K bitcoins. Came out about 3K. Everywhere else was around 4. Pred. That's pretty cool, actually.
The world might be mended.
Cool, I subscribe.
Will you challenge on this right after you finish it, or is it back to Dark Souls? Oh, I'm going to be playing this quite a lot, man. We will be going back to the other games too, but I'm going to be playing this for quite a while. I still have to beat this too, so we're going to see how long that takes. Man, even the regular arrows from these guys are pretty crazy. You just can't strafe them. There's obviously something we got to do here. Like, I see these things, and I see ones that are not lit. But I also see, like, on that staircase up to the enemy that's sleeping or whatever, or dead, there's only one lit on the left side. And I have a legit torch. Like, I do have the item. I'm not sure if that counts, though. So I'm going to take that out and see if that might do anything. Just need to make sure I don't get sniped. Or maybe we do. But I try to 100% this game. This is the type of game where it would be really cool to get 100% of everything done, for sure. I do want to do every single thing you possibly can do at one point. In a first playthrough, it's really hard to guarantee that because you're just guessing. But what I'll do is I'll get to the point where it's pretty clear that I'm towards the end. And then I'm going to ask people what I missed, and then we're going to clear up everything before we finish it. That's the plan, at least right now. Doing the witch's quests. I don't even know what I'm doing. I just found this place. We're trying to figure out what to do to progress up to these like other areas we can see. So I found the exit, and then I found some areas that might have more to them, but that's about it so far. I want to see if the torch actually works with those things that are not lit up on the staircase, though. Or if that even matters. Also, some of these have fire, too, actually. Wait. Does it give me an option here? Oh, it does. Here we go. Nice. Okay, let's find more of those, then. There's a mission later. You'll probably come back. Okay. So either we're going to be setting this up for later, or we actually are going to find something cool. Killed Godric, but not... Did you activate his Great Rune? I don't know if I did or not. Oh, we also have... There's another checkpoint here in the middle, too. It's a huge upgrade. Hope you can get it soon. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's necessary if we're going to up the quality of everything, because this PC can't do 60 FPS 1080 native. That's just way too difficult for it to do, so... it will be worthwhile. And instead of just getting an i9 in this one and then having an older chipset, I might as well just make sure the motherboard's ready for the next 3 or 4 years as well. So I can just swap out that CPU for another one, and then... Yeah, the 30 series will be good for like probably, I would say at least 4 years. And then whatever CPU I get will be good for a while too, but then I can at least keep most of the build the same and then just switch parts for another while before I rebuild again completely. And then I can still make use of some of this stuff too. And if not, maybe sell some of it. Okay, that was 2 of the things we lit. Also, what is this right here? This area is huge, man. This area is like massive. Oh my god. Hardcore, thanks, man. How are you doing?
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Yeah, we didn't get up to here yet. Oh, it's another waypoint. Maybe that's how you get up to the top. Okay. Whitey, thank you for the brand new sub. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Thank you for supporting the stream. And welcome. Welcome to me being completely lost in this place and trying to figure out where we're going. Only to realize that we, in fact, did ascend above the terrain below. And now we are above. And overlooking the plebs that will not be able to snipe me. They're like, I want to, but I can't because it's too far. It's out of the bounds. Nice. Being completely lost is most of the fun. I don't actually really get frustrated when I'm lost in this. It's just a fun game to run through, to be honest. I'd rather be lost and like find a lot of cool things accidentally than miss them and just try to push one single direction of the map or one objective. You know, sometimes you gotta leave things to come back to when you're stronger too. So we're doing that at the same time. Yo, Whitey, thank you for gifting 5 subs as well, man. Sinar, Devil's Rebellion, Cold Cuts, Coffee Gulps, and Cora. I hope you guys enjoy your emotes. Welcome. Whitey, thank you so much, man. Literally missed the one. See, like, this is the mistake everyone's making lately. They think that they're gifting 1 sub and they give 5. And it's just like, oh, I can't take it back, man. Damn. No, I'm joking. Jax from Mortal Kombat. Type Jack. Jax. I didn't play Mortal Kombat when I was a kid. I've tried one just like very, very briefly, but I can't remember all the characters' names. I know Sub-Zero and Scorpion. And then there's a dude that has like 6 arms in one of the newer ones. I don't remember his name though. Who is Jax? Oh, also there's the guy with like the pointy hat that's like circular. I think he has like lightning or something like that. Still no head for the statue. Interesting. Raiden, okay. It was Raiden the guy with the hat? Yeah, I was more into Street Fighter and Marvel vs. Capcom. Also, they announced Street Fighter 6 as well. It looks pretty good. Is anybody going to be playing that? Well, Fulby, of course you're not going to be playing it because you don't play anything. You just watch Forza and that's it. According to chat. No, I'm joking. Fulby, I actually want to know what your favorite game is, dude. I feel like anytime I ask you a question, your answer could just be a meme. Like it's not even real. You guys run past these guys? You know what? Maybe we can just do that. Yeah, we've killed a lot of them. We know what they do. We can kill them pretty easily if we take the time. Let's jump over them. Lineage 2, you like Lineage 2, and that's seriously like your favorite game? Oh, no, the bubbles. Not the bubbles. What do I get? Oh, great oracular bubble. It's another bubble. Somber Smithing Stone 5. I'm finding all the somber stones that aren't the one I need. So when I find the one I need, we're just going to piece it together like a puzzle. Just be like, oh man, upgrades on upgrades. Until then, I need the Somber Smithing Stone 1. Oh, you needed that item, Sadness? Nice, man. Okay, I'm helping you guys. Anyone fathom how this game is only 50 gigs? They compressed the game really well. Because I feel like if it was not optimized that well for the file size, it could probably be over 100. Probably like 120 or something like that. But yeah, it is really cool. You actually need smithing stones if you're upgrading the halberd, not somber. So yeah, I'm trying to upgrade actually this weapon and this weapon. These ones need somber. I do have the smithing stones for the halberd as well, or for other regular weapons, but the somber ones for the special weapons is what I'm looking for. And if I get at least one of the normal ones or whatever requirement, we at least get a bit more damage than the halberd +4, so it gives me a reason to get the stats for these weapons because they'd hit harder. Until then, though, they're about the same, if not worse. Bleed Greatsword's so good. I heard the Bloodhound Sword is amazing. Can you not fit through here? Oh, okay, on the horse you can't. Gated progression. Dragon Moon Grease, nice. So yeah, I'm assuming this is just going to still be another area to get items from, but not progression unless we find more of those statues to light lower in the area. Then at least if I get all the checkpoints and all these places figured out, then we can go backwards, right? Golden Rune 7. Where'd I find the blood the Bloodhound Fang. I can show you on the map. So, 1 second. Just gotta get out of battle. There we go. So when you start off and you are in the first step area, you literally just go southeast, right to this thing right here, Forlorn Hound Everjail, this circle, and then you can get it from there. It's pretty simple. Have I killed a dragon yet? No, I've seen one dragon, but dude, it killed me in one hit from stepping on me. When I was like running away, and then I tried to fight it a few more times. It just hit like most of my health every time it would hit me, even if I was standing still. So it was really, really strong. I could barely even do damage to it. And then there's 2 other bosses. It was just like a streak of bosses in a row. There's a statue dude that was it was like playing dead, and then it baited me into this crazy attack that killed me in one hit. And then there was a demon thing that looked like it was made of wood that wasn't what's it called? It was using the status effect, the Rot, and that killed me really fast as well. So that whole area, I'm definitely not strong enough to do yet. This game is huge, Claude. It's massive, man. It's I feel like it treads into territory that's not even in the genre or not even necessary for an action RPG, really, right? But that's pretty impressive considering you could put it alongside open world games that are action RPGs, whereas it's coming from a developer that's never made an actual true open world, right? More so like a giant dungeon-esque kind of intertwined environment, but not like a full-on giant open world. So I think for their first game like that, the restriction, or having lack of that restriction, it's still super high quality and feels very dense. Oh, shit. It's not going to reach him, is it? Okay, I can actually damage this guy at least. It's hard. Oh, that's rough. Imagine how Witcher 3 DLC was like a whole new game. Imagine what they could do with this DLC later on. Oh, of course, yeah. I was thinking for them it would be super smart for them to literally just get a move on it and make the DLC right now, while they're figuring out the tech issues and making updates for the main game, because it sold so well. It's just a shoe-in for being Game of the Year already, and they have really good response. So, like, you know, making DLC is a no-brainer at that point. I don't even know why they wouldn't do it. Makes perfect sense. I could see them making more than one DLC for this. I'd be surprised if they didn't make any. Or they just make a giant one that has, like I said, it's almost like another game. So hitting this guy's head does a lot of damage here, compared to just these knee hits. Oh, dead. Think we'll get DLC still this year? I don't know. I'm not sure. Why not fight this mounted? I kind of like fighting off of the horse, to be honest, man. Because I like getting the air, like the jump, and then getting the strong attacks. I don't know if on the horse you can actually hit vertically as well. Like if I do this, even if I double jump, I can't really plunge. It's like a diagonal attack, right? And it's one-handed too. If I two-hand, well, that doesn't even work. So it's a little bit different. Can't do the heavies in the air either. But with this, I can. Oh wait, let me get off of it again. With this, I can do stuff like that, get a nice vertical attack. If I want a horizontal attack that hits a little bit heavier too. Can charge and stuff like that without having to wait as long, because the horse's one-hand attack's a bit slow. So I kind of like fighting smaller enemies on the horse more than the bigger ones. Right in the chin. Oof. Countered. Not dead. Forgot I can't buff there. I don't have the FP. Ah, man. Is this a quality or dexterity build? It's kind of like a quality faith build so far, just because I have a decent amount of dex. Definitely a lot more strength, though, so it's kind of leaning more towards strength faith, but I'm going to be putting more dex in to be able to use, at least as far as we know now, this weapon, because this weapon is probably the best one we have. It's pretty heavy, though, actually. It's heavier than the halberd. Check for YouTube yesterday's VOD and it wasn't there. Problem with the upload. No, I decided to upload it after the stream because you guys are already going to be watching this anyways, so to kind of break it up and then leave something for the rest of the day, I'm going to do it right after we're done and then try that schedule instead. See if that works. Just testing different things right now because it kind of gets overshadowed if I'm already doing this a little bit. Gives people the reason from here to actually go there and check this out on there instead of the past broadcast as well. But if you're already watching this, then it takes you away from that. And it's also going to give me a little bit more time to let the other videos circulate a bit, because if you upload too much at once, it doesn't really help the channel. It kind of screws up the algorithm a bit.
Good to be here. Squill.
Unless your content's kind of friendly to like double uploads or single day uploads every day. So the time frame of them is important if you're doing different ones. Sick Vantis, thank you so much for the bits, dude. I appreciate it. Good to be here. I'm glad you're having fun, man. This guy's definitely raging a bit. Missed the jump attack. Oh. Nice. Uploading a video where you're streaming is kind of making a sequel to a game, then immediately making a massive DLC. Yeah, like for circulation, it doesn't work as well. It definitely... It's good to, I think, have like a consistent time frame for the uploads for certain things, but again, if there's another thing that's going over that, you have to also think typically with YouTubers that are full-time, they don't stream as well necessarily. They only focus on that platform majorly, so when they do their uploads, people are only tuning in to watch that. They're not divided between also going and seeing them live, or they're live on the same platform, which is different too. So I think with two different platforms, you got to balance it a certain way. Just trying to figure out exactly how to do that with you know, still keeping the stuff out as quickly as I can from this playthrough. But yeah, I noticed it does work a little bit better to wait and then give some things a bit more time. Dead. Yep. Later version of this area, or so this guy that has his own arena. Oh, nice, dude. Can't believe they made Lorien a giant for this. That's funny. 30 hours in, not even halfway there. Watching another buddy being 30 hours in, and he is in the same spot. But you somehow picked up 3 more NPCs. No clue where from. That's the nice thing about this, though. You can kind of watch someone that maybe even has more hours, and then they don't spoil anything for you because they've done it differently. Maybe someone just died a lot, took a lot more time. But then there could be someone that beat the game coincidentally very fast because they just sort of did all the mandatory stuff without even knowing, right? That'd be impressive, but I think that in this you do have to explore a little bit to get more of the items and everything. Oh my god. Try horse fight? I'll try it for one of the attempts. Actually, I guess we'll do it for we'll do it for this one. Why not? And then we'll switch. It's interesting that the horse takes damage from his attacks, but I don't. Maybe because he only hit the bottom? Or does it just take the hits for you for a bit? Yep, definitely where he hits. Is important. That was the horse fight. Am I playing on PC, Gabriel? I am, yeah. Design, I'm really enjoying it so far, man. It's super cool. You beat this boss on a horse, so you can try that. Yeah, that was the horse fight. So I'm not a big fan of how quickly the horse turns. You have to actually do a circle, unfortunately. You can't do like sharp turns, so you have to wait for it to catch up. And the delay in that makes it really hard for me to kind of recenter. But yeah, that was the horse fight. It's pretty cool. It definitely is a bit faster, so you can space things, but it's kind of sketchy in terms of like dodging and everything. Oh, I can jump over his arm there and hit his head too. Just realized that. Nice. Curious what munched off this guy's insides. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder how he's so big. I guess he was a giant by default. There's some like huge enemies in here. Have you heard if FromSoft has addressed the stuttering on PS5? You know, they said something about it stuttering on PC. I've never seen anything about them specifying which platform or whatever. I just heard that there was going to be an update for that overall. But there's a video if you type in ! Stutter. So Digital Foundry, they kind of dig into the game and how it works, how it performs, and they dictated the PS5 version actually runs the best out of everything on average. So that might be something to check out, but basically I think the PS5 version is the best you can get right now for that issue particularly. And they do a side-by-side comparison for every single platform. Or sorry, I guess they do PC versus PS5 with different settings. And they show some previous examples of like Sekiro and other things that had, you know, certain settings on the console that you might not know of because you can't designate it. Yeah, that jump over is hard on the hand there. Dead. Just have to do the bosses that can be done on a horse. Heroes. Wonder if a horse-only boss will be possible. Like, you can, just some of them I don't think you actually are able to ride the horse because it's inside of a dungeon of some sort. So, like, if you go through a fog gate, I'm pretty sure the horse is not allowed. But if you just walk up and the boss is there, it is fair game to do the horse. Takes many hits, but you can break his posture. That's what I'm trying to do right now. See how many head hits it takes. On the intro, too, I should probably ride the horse into it to get the distance, and then I can get the damage right here off the bat with the buff. Just trying an R2 on the jump there, too. knew that, but that didn't work. Dead. Nice. Healing is not something you should immediately do on this. I playing on PS5 and there's noticeable micro stutters, especially when textures and assets are being loaded into a zone. Interesting. Yeah, I've never played on PS5, so I can't really say. But that video, though, that link should kind of compare them and show you the difference if you want to see where everything is. And that's the most technically adept video that kind of deep dives into the settings. They usually do a really good job comparing the problems of performance with a lot of different platforms of the same game. I could hit him a few times in the beginning, so I gotta do that. Can't heal here because he's gonna do something silly. Yep. And that, now I can heal. Arm back. Oh, yeah, okay, I jumped it that time, but there's no punish after the jump, so it doesn't matter. Should just punish the actual arm and then roll through it. And get the other hand, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Zombie Salamander, thank you so much for the Prime sub, man. Welcome. Or converting your Prime sub to a regular one, sorry. My bad. Seems like the best thing to do is get him to do that vertical swipe and then back away so he can't follow it up and then get the head punish. Back it away. Oh, sometimes he does it anyways, I guess. Maybe he decides. And on that, that's a free hit there. Get away, get away. He's gonna turn around. That misses. Closer there too. I shouldn't have buffed. Is that safe? No, it's not safe. There we go. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Dead. Oh, not. Okay. Ooh. Really good at punishing the heals. It's like heals don't matter. That didn't hit properly. Do you have bot spam in here, or why do you have the account verification, Rodden? So I got invited to a main page promotion for about a month, and they required me to have extra security just for the spam accounts. And then I'm going to be turning it off in 2 days. So on Tuesday, it'll be off. Also, Ray, it's been really good, man. It's been really cool. Just get my ass kicked by this thing now. We're in knock around the Eternal City, is that what it said? Something like that. Like Walnir on crack. Someone was making a good comment. It's like Lorien, but he doesn't have Lothric to help him teleport, and he's really angry. Miss Looper, what happened to my hair? I got so mad at the game it all fell out. I'm joking. Nah, I just cut it. Also, welcome back. What's up? I'm holding. Oh, that's way better. There we go. No, that was supposed to hit. I got greedy. There we go. Need to aim down when I do that. Nope. Ugh. Of course, of course, of course. Heal, heal, heal. Okay, do something silly, man. Let's go. Let's go. Ugh. There we go. Got part 2 or something like that? No part 2? He's giving me the easy mode? Oh, it's a site of grace. Oh, that's my runes. I thought that was a site of grace. Thought I missed it. Nice. No buff. Ah! Oh shit. Please heal. Dead. Actually dead. Super dead. Not dead yet, not dead yet. Heal twice. Big boy slam. No! The crawl away. One shot on a non-counter, unless it counted as a counter. The knee's actually a one shot there. That's insane, dude. Jump off the horse and R2 jump attack first. Oh, so you can't jump off the horse and attack when you jump off, unfortunately, unless you're saying like ride up to him and then do a R2 to get enough height. Is that what you mean? Like for like the very first attack? The F's, man. Okay, so let's use some items now. Because we know what's going on. I'm going to take a wild guess and say he's weak to lightning because of the dragon in his title. I'm just going to say that. We'll use the lightning ones. Cassie, I appreciate it. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Yeah, so we can't hit his head from the beginning, unfortunately. Dragon grease, though? Well, he's a dragonkin, so I wondered if maybe the lightning would be the right move for that. Because dragons are weak to lightning in a lot of the games they make. And his kin is of the sorts, of the variety. So you gotta be a little bit strafey on this one. Nope, that's not good. Oh man. Could go a bit sooner on that. Not a good spot. Don't like it. Not good. Not a good look. Not a good look on this one. There we go. Should've gone behind him again. It's not safe. Nice. Ooh, the back of the foot stagger, nice. Okay. Ooh, not good, not good. He's going for the fatality on this one. Nice, of course. That's a good one. Jamil, it's cool, man. It's really cool. Can you stun him? You can. You have to do a lot of damage, a lot of poise damage to him, apparently. Have you mastered the no-hit run for this game? I haven't even beaten it, dude. We've probably beaten like 5% of it, I would say. At this point, 5 to 10%. Been playing for 16 hours so far. Do I use throwing knives? I don't, but we could. Wonder if those would do... It's magic damage, regular damage, and then a build up onset of blood loss. Okay, I'm gonna try a regular resin on this one too. Do the regular fire maybe? Actually, we have 4 of these. We'll try. Someone was suggesting to do that, so we'll try one of the 4 dragon wounds, and then we'll throw on some throwing knives too. Also, Violate, what's up, dude? Could have killed with a knife. Yeah, we'll see if we can go with the finisher. With the knife. 178. Now, I gotta use that weapon a little bit more now. Last bit of it. It's about the same thing with this one. That. Could have spaced it. Maybe didn't go through there. That one is interesting too, because that's an easy headshot if I get it right away. But you can't really save it if you miss. try to space around him on that. I guess it wouldn't make sense anyways, because if he does touch me, it's quite a bit of damage. Can craft bone knives. Yeah, actually, I did make some already, actually. That's how I have some of the knives. What level am I? I'm level 30. Violate, also welcome back, if I didn't say hi to you. To Soul's Death, if you ever seen one. Yeah, it's classic, man. Business as usual. Alright. So that didn't do a lot of damage. We'll try magic. You know what? No, I don't even think we don't need buffs. We don't waste buffs on this guy. It's not. There's no point. We should just get to the business. We'll use the buff I already have on the weapon, like we were before. So you get damage every time we use that too. 155, not too bad. And then it does increase the damage of this weapon a decent amount. Because we're hitting 267 with the dragon buff on the head. So I'll have to see what difference this makes. It's already 195 on the hand, that's not too bad. Just goes away pretty quickly. Just gotta find a good way to use that again. Right here would be good. Especially if it lines up. But then we have to hope that he gives us the headshot opportunity again. Yeah, it's still much better though. Okay, so if he actually does the retraction there, maybe I can buff on that and still have space. Or like the beginning of this again. And then still get the punish with just a running R2. That's a good one too. Oh, the thumb. A little bit early on the damage there. Okay, I'm gonna take a really quick break and get some water, guys. I'll be right back. I'll be right back in a second. We've gone with like 3.5 hours. We'll make it about 5 minutes, and I'll be back. Okay. I'll find a nice view so we can sit and look at the landscape. Does the boss remind you of any other DS games? The actual character design itself, the fact the guy's crawling, reminds me of Lorien a little bit, but like as if he didn't have a weapon and he didn't have Lothric, and he's also giant. That's like the one thing in terms of just the anatomy or the character design, because he's crawling. Fight the other boss for this area yet? Number? No, I didn't yet. But I will be right back, though. We're gonna just take a very quick break, guys. Thank you so much for watching as well. Let's. What kind of prayer? Maybe we'll do that. Yeah, that's cool. All right, I'll be back in a handful of minutes. If you have enjoyed the stream so far, but you have to go, here's the Twitter to know when I go live. Here's the YouTube if you want to see the other parts of this playthrough, as well as some other videos. There's an Elden Ring playlist on it now, as well as tons of Dark Souls videos and some other things. And there'll be a Demon Souls video tier list coming up pretty soon. And then here's the Instagram as well. And I will be back shortly.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Whew, okay, we're back. Thanks for being patient, guys. Also, Pabal the Ho. Thank you for the the Prime sub. Welcome. Chair stream. Did the chair beat the boss? No, we're still in the same spot. Okay, he didn't do anything. Dude, why chair, why can't you beat video games? Come on. Come on, dude.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Got back at the same time.
What's up, Squilla?
Are we the same person? This is gonna be like a stunt double speculation now. Angry, thank you for the 54 months. Welcome back. How's it going? I need to teach the chair how to play. It's my fault. I failed the chair. It wasn't the chair failing me, unfortunately. Oh, I put the Twitter command in incorrectly. My bad. Okay, so if you want to follow the Twitter, definitely don't spell it the way I did. It was a big mistake. Okay, I can get one more hit in the intro there. It's time to beat this guy. And we can get a couple here too. Don't know why I tried to do that. That's also death too. MCL, thanks man, I appreciate it. Did chat approve the request to cut your hair? You think not? Guy Slay? Well, you know what? Did chat approve that comment? I think not as well. We're just making decisions, that's it. No, I kind of had to. My hair was growing for a long time. I used to cut it like a lot more often, every few weeks or so. Actually, at one point I had a habit of cutting it every 2 weeks. So, yeah. Zombie, what's up, dude? Also, Mr. Mock. Am I sleeping? No, I'm not sleeping. That's a thing now, though. You can sleep on stream. Did you guys know that? You're allowed to stream yourself sleeping. That's a whole controversial subject in itself. There's a little category for it. But then what it does is it incentivizes 24/7 live streams, right? There's a cap on broadcast length, I think, but you can just keep yourself sleeping and then go live again right after you wake up, if you can time it. It's been a while. It's probably been there for a while. I didn't know about that. Like, when I had started, that was actually not allowed. You can get in trouble for that. But now it's allowed, though. It probably was in the last, like, year or two that they did it, right? But then what they do is they do the broadcast cut, like a time that automatically gets cut off without your permission. So it can kind of get around it, I guess. So you don't, like, overdo the hours, but you still kind of can. I'm always sleeping. I just look awake because I'm so good at the game. That's hilarious, man. Thank you. I wish. That'd be funny. I've seen somebody sleeping with their eyes open before. It's very scary. Listen to that. That's a good one too. They got an attack there. Sometimes the jump attacks, you have to like press the button pretty carefully to be able to get it. Ooh, dude, he swerved the R1 and the heavy attack. What's going on there? The distance that you're away from that sets it up so different. Oh, man. Because I can't turn and roll back, because the turn is where I die. So I gotta be a little bit further away there. Why isn't he phase 2? I don't think this boss has a phase 2. That's what I was saying earlier. Charge is scary. Yeah, I gotta be further away from that. And if I'm not, then I gotta know that I need to go earlier. If you don't beat this boss within 30 minutes of reading this message, you're gonna turn into a Goomba? Oh man, what if I was already a Goomba though? Open, that's crazy, man. Wow. That's an interesting situation. I never heard about that. It's still before the first boss. Well, we killed Margit and we killed Godric, which are the first two main ones as far as I know. I think we've only done 2 mandatory ones at this point. Ooh. Earlier on that too. You can't possibly be a Goomba, you forbid it. Okay, so I'm a Goomba if I don't beat this, but then I can't already be one if I choose to be one by default. Okay, that's not fair. Damn. You're sorely lacking for armor, even 40 hours in. You have dozens of weapons and amazing spells. So little armor for the fashion. Yeah, it looked like there was a lot of really good armor sets in this, but I haven't found many either, man. I've only gotten these 4 headpieces. We got this armor as well. 4 armor pieces for the chest, 3 gloves, 2 boots. And that's after, what, like 18 hours? Or sorry, almost 17, coming up on 17. You're on a 5% HP debuff. I did not know that. That's pretty decent though. Like, so you're saying I can get 5% more by changing something with the setup? One of the things that are equipped. Oh, there we go. Big damage coming in. That's fine. The misses. Oh, I gotta be careful there. That's not a good one. Don't hang around too long on that. Yeah, of course. C tier hit tracking on this guy. CJ, it's been really cool, man. How are you enjoying the game? Also, welcome back. I think the game might be telling you that you're under leveled. An item you have in your inventory that's doing it. You can find it. Let me see. It's probably this, right? One of these. Nope. Item in the inventory, would it be the armor? Because of the hug thing, HP debuff. Oh, the Baldekin's Blessing, is that what it is? HP debuff until you use the item. Okay, so I have to use the blessing thing. I see this. Okay. That's good to know. Liamo, what's up? How's it going? What level's the halberd? +4 at the moment. Turbakek, thank you so much for the brand new sub. I appreciate it, man. Hopefully I said your name right. Turbasek. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But welcome. okay. Good. That is not okay, but we can heal here. Beautiful. Still get a head hit, maybe? Just for a hand hit. Oh, yeah. Forgot he pulls the ground up. True. A couple things I'm forgetting on this one. Ooh, knew that one that time. That's a little scary. Nice. Well, that was an adventure. Great enemy felled. I don't think I've seen that yet, have I? Dragon halberd. Ooh. No, maybe the great enemy felled was for Godric. I don't think it said that. It said something else, didn't it? Or maybe it said great enemy. That's pretty cool. So he was a great enemy. Think this game's harder or easier than Dark Souls? It's about the same in my opinion so far. Just different systems you have to address. If you can utilize certain things that it lets you do, I think it can be just the same. If you don't, then it would probably be harder. But it depends, I guess, on what the person's experience. Once I beat the game, I can give a better like reassessment of that. Maybe I change my mind. So far, it's been about the same though. I think the design of some things are harder, but then it gives you systems to deal with them that you can utilize. It's kind of like Sekiro. Like it kind of makes you play better. But there's also RPG elements in this, other than the mechanics that could, help you spec the character better too. The issue is in the first playthrough, you don't know what's good and what's bad, and you haven't found everything yet, so you have to actually go through all that stuff. Halberd shaped like a dragon, in wreath with both ice and lightning. Alas, the dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality, and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin. The skill is spinning slash. Okay, let's see. So we got D in strength and D in dexterity. The damage is... It's a little bit worse than this thing, actually. Ooh. Okay, wait. Let's try to see what the difference of the damage is with the buff. Status 177. Oh, I need more FP. Okay, I gotta go back. great enemy that is. Demonical, that was a really cool enemy. Yeah. Like, there's just really big enemies in this, too. Marika's Scar Seal. That was a key item. Arms, legs, talismans. There we go. Raises attributes, but also increases damage taken. Interesting. Okay, let's see what the difference is with that. You get three mind. You get 3 intelligence, 3 faith, and 3 arcane. And your discovery goes up by 3 as well. But increases the damage taken. That's pretty cool, actually. Nice. Yeah, nothing else I have for these talismans actually boost the stats. So that could be good if I don't meet requirements for something, but I want to be able to. Doesn't boost dex, though. Increases FP as well, yeah. Your boss's name is Marika? It's a Finnish name? Oh, really? That's pretty cool. Visions of Dead End. You got that killing the dragon in the lake. I don't think I've seen that one yet, but I guess you can get similar weapons or the same weapons different ways. You're trying to join the Discord, but it won't show up in your connections. Is it because you're Prime sub, Evan? No. So sometimes that doesn't work for some people. Just give me a whisper message or a direct message on this website, just telling me that you need a Discord invite, and I'll send it right after the stream. What build am I going for? Right now we're doing kind of like a strength and faith build, sort of, with a little bit of dex. But I haven't really leveled the character too much, so I have to figure that out still. There is a few things I want to use, though, that require faith. I think it requires like 24 or something like that for the one incantation. It's like a big, like, blood AoE thing, and then there's a... I think it's a heal. Here, I can check and see. The Blessings Boon, so that's 24. And oh, sorry, the Blessings Boon is 24. This one is not the right one. It's another one. This one right here, yeah. Wait, no. Where was it? What? Oh, this one right here, yeah. 24 faith for that and 24 faith for that. So, oh, it's a sorcery. That's why it's not actually an incantation. They both require 24 faith. So we're going to definitely do that. Slumbering Egg. Prize is a symbol of the most sublime slumber. Okay. Well, we definitely got to go back down and figure out how to light those things that we were setting on fire. Still some more of them. So up here, I'm assuming you just come here just to be able to fight that dude and get that item, because that's a dead end. And then we still can't get up to the top of this building yet, so for now we're heading in another direction. But where did we go to get here? There's a waypoint to go up here, right? Down in here. Let's run off the waterfall. I guess we could fall down here too. I think we've already been here, yeah. Okay, so it's only a little bit higher up than where we were before, when we got the other golden seed. So actually, what I'll do then, I want to level so so we don't lose all this stuff. We'll travel back to this one, Worshipper's Woods. Yeah. Do you usually use boss souls for souls, or do you like getting their weapons first? In the Souls games, I typically, on a first playthrough, will save them. I'll only use them for souls if I've already played the game and I don't need it for the playthrough. Okay, so the FP on this takes quite a bit, but I want to see if it actually makes the weapon stronger by quite a bit. So 177, and then if I use the weapon art, 237. That's not too bad, actually. It's probably better than the other weapons effect that we already have, because it doesn't actually scale with anything else. The damage is just physical. Oh no, it adds plus 60 lightning, but it has no base for the lightning. Interesting. Wonder what it upgrades with. It's pretty cool, actually. I might use that. Am I playing on PC? I am playing on PC right now, yeah. Can duplicate boss souls to get both the weapons. Yeah, in the other games, if you played it after they've discovered glitches and you're okay with like looking up information on it, you figure that out, you could technically do that. If you really want to collect everything in the first playthrough. You can only put in 2 levels. Wow. Guess that's what we're doing right now. There is no canon way to dupe them in Elden Ring. Yeah, I think we're focusing more on just like, because you don't get souls in this game, right? So it's not, you don't actually transpose weapons in the same case. But in the other games, though, you definitely, if you played it late in the release, you probably could figure out a lot of stuff if you look up information. And then be a bit of a cheater. Okay, so we gotta light all these things. And then what I'm going to take a wild guess at is that if we light those, the staircase that had the other things missing are going to be lit respectively for doing that. Unless that's a completely different thing. That's my guess right there. No. You love the curved greatsword with the bleed that you get from the Everjail. Bleed works pretty well. It does, yeah, actually. When I was trying out the Samurai class to test the game before we did that scavenger hunt event, the bleed worked really well on the Tree Sentinel. I'm gonna die. Heal it up. Oh. They're on guard. Isn't it worth spending those golden runes earlier? So the amount it gives you is worth more. Well, does that actually make sense, though? Because there's no such thing as inflation in this game, right? You just have higher cost requirement for using runes to level, so there actually isn't any loss. Like, their value doesn't change in terms of what it gives you, right? So it would make no difference. You just wouldn't have any for any items, right? So if you wanted to buy something from a store and then you used all of them, you wouldn't have no other resources if you died and had a hard time keeping them. So it's actually kind of like a security measure. It's kind of like if you had your bank account, it's like you could spend all your money, put every single last dollar into something that you believe is gonna, you know, grow the money. But if it's only one thing though, and then for whatever reason it doesn't work, where's the other money, right? Like you could put all your chips into trying to farm and stuff like that, but if you don't have any backup, if you lose what you farmed, it would require you to do things a very certain way and play really good then. So either way, you're still going to have to level, and it's going to have the same costs it's going to have at any point. But I think I'm saving them more for items and things that don't change in price as much. Oh my god. Embers I do, yeah. I don't meet requirements for it yet, unfortunately. That's what we're trying to do. Trying to get some faith and some dex on it, on the character. Pringles laser ruffles? I'll go with ruffles for those. Okay, that's oh yeah, see, look, there's more of these things actually lit up right here. There's only one before. So wait, let's go count how many there are. I think there was either 6 or 8 of them. One, two, yeah, that's 8. Okay. So we still need 1, 2, 3. We need 3. 3 more of them. You do get boss souls, kind of. You get Godric's. It's named Remembrance of the Grafted. So it's kind of like a different item, but similar. Yeah, there we go. Okay, take the power of the namesake via finger reader. That's a really cool picture on there. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the finger reader. Alternatively, it can be used to gain. Okay, so you can use runes. So it is similar in that case, I guess, but not everything is going to give you one of these. So, but does that mean you can transpose into a weapon? Okay, it's already lit. Oh, you can. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Kind of spoiler, but I asked, so that's fine. Have not seen that yet. Or if I did, I do not know how to do it. Okay, where are the rest of these things? There's one over there we already lit. I think there might be some at the other end of the area. Where it's really dangerous.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Yeah, there's one right there. Is that lit? It looks like it is. Nice. Goats are cool. Thank you so much for the prime sub. I appreciate it. Goats are pretty crazy, man. If you've seen one climb a mountain, I don't know. That's insane, man. What kind of animals can do that? I need to remember to read new important items, I guess. A lot to miss. Yeah, that was one where we were done the stream at that point, so I probably was talking about something else. And I was worried about the NPC because he was giving me dialogue when we had actually killed Godric. So I was trying to listen to that, and then I didn't go back and check the item. Like, I saw it, though. I just didn't... I thought it was something that was like a physical item. Smithing stone 2. So that's going to probably help us get the regular halberd upgraded if we need to. Okay, that one's probably not lit over there. Have you seen goats climb a ladder? I haven't seen that. No, you can send me a video if you have one. Unless you're just joking. Oh my god. Okay, one more. Where do be it? There's one right there. Wow, I'm surprised he actually missed there. That's impressive. Wild guess, I may be wrong, but I think that one I saw was the last one along this path. So, somewhere else. There's probably one in the beginning, somewhere in that area with the water. And then if we don't find it from there, we'll just warp to the checkpoint over here again and run back a second time. Unless it's like out of the way, but yeah, I probably missed it over here. You dropped the game, you uninstalled it, Doppio. Oh, you tried to play it? Or sorry, Doppio maybe? Why I mispronounced your name. Well, it's cool that you tried it out, man. Maybe one day you can go back to it if you did play it and just couldn't get into it or get far in it, but It's definitely, I think it's worth a try if you're into this genre overall. Does Arcane work like luck in DS3? I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. It seems like it's just a stat that actually goes alongside the magic to cast different spells. But yeah, I don't really know a lot about the Arcane in this one. It just seems like a magic related thing. I don't know if anything can scale bleed that's a stat. Because bleed by itself, like what I was saying, I started with the Samurai to try the game out and test it before I did that scavenger hunt for the Twitch Gaming. Or I guess I discovered that the bleed was really good. Oh my god. Like just by itself, but I hadn't leveled though, so I wasn't sure exactly if... Whoa! Whoa. That was pretty crazy. Wish there were more Wraith type enemies. Like a Wraith in what sense? I'm trying to think of what a Wraith would be like. Like ghosts or whatever? Or... Yeah, that was a crazy snipe. I think I was definitely... he was doing his audition for FaZe. Okay, we'll follow this path maybe. That one is already lit. I think this might be... No, it's lit too, right? Yep. Okay, we'll start at the beginning. Don't think that thing counts. No. What level am I? I am 32 at the moment. Oh, we need 2 more. Sorry, not 1 more. We need 2 still. Okay, we'll check off to the side here first. I feel like that's not part of the area, but maybe just... Oh, no, there is one over here. Okay, cool. Nice. Little side thing. Better snipers than the Silver Knights. Oh, the tracking on the arrows on the other guys is perfect. It doesn't actually miss you. Unless maybe you're jumping. Like, I was jumping and it went beside me for a second, but if I was running, though, it would not miss me for the life of it. It was so good. And then the regular arrows are pretty fast, but they can miss you. So, yeah, those guys are scary. Trees will be falling. I'm just gonna double check the room with the NPC again. I guess the flowers first. I don't think there'd be one like up above that, but that'll be the last place I check, I guess, if we can't find anything else. Nice, nice. Ooh, don't kill me, please. Or do kill me. I don't think so. Always one near the torches. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do originally, but some of them were actually not near the torches. Now we should be good. Do you think a live action or claymation Bloodborne movie would be scary? Probably claymation. Dude, claymation can be scary. I'm gonna go with that. The arrows are a pain. Yeah, if this is a mandatory area, it's gonna take a lot of stealth to get through. A lot of carefully planned parts where you have to like kind of get cover and know where all the arrows are coming from. The music is kind of creepy in this part too. Hollowthorn Grounds. Cutscene? No cutscene. I do see a colored fog gate that, well, I guess the fog gates are always that color. I see a fog gate though, that's a good sign. Ancestor Spirit. Really cool music. Ooh. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Nice. I thought there was going to be a part 2. Okay. That wasn't too bad. First try G. Yeah, that was pretty easy actually though. That was probably one of the easiest bosses so far. I literally thought there was going to be a part 2. Ancestral Follower Ashes. So we get like one of the bow sniping guys as a spirit summon. That's cool. We still got to summon Oleg too. I got to get the FP up a bit. So I think if I put Faith in, which I did, should increase the FP a bit. Let me see if I can actually use him now. Oh, I still crossed out. I want to use Oleg, man. I do have enough for this guy though. That's cool. So I can use the Ancestral Follower. Nice. We'll try that out. You need 20 to use him, 20 FP. Mind is FP. Where'd I get Oleg? I killed the ulcerated tree spirit underneath the tutorial by... I think I picked the stone sword key as the starting gift, and then I used it on the statue at the beginning of the game. What did the messages say? Oh, holy. Well done. That was a pretty cool soundtrack and like just like the design and everything. But I genuinely thought that was going to be harder. Are we playing on PC? We are playing on PC, yeah. Can you go back again? Does anything happen? How many attempts did it take you to kill the first boss? The Tree Sentinel? Is that what you're asking me? Which one? Do the massive stutters annoy you? It breaks your immersion. I haven't really been getting massive stutters, to be honest. I think it depends on a few things. Like there is stutters, but they're not massive though. So it's been pretty good so far. I mean, you guys tell me, does it look like the game is struggling quite a bit? Like throughout the whole playthrough, has it been bad? The one you aren't meant to kill? Oh, okay, so my friend actually did that, and then he gave me the footage because we were both attempting it, but then I had to go. So he got the kill and then gave it to me, and then I made the video for it. For that one. So I haven't actually killed him yet. I figured out how to kill him, but it was a different way. And then I ran out of arrows, and now I probably could do it first try. But I didn't pick the samurai to start off this time, so I was trying to do it with melee and epically failed on this character. But yeah, I think with the samurai though, if I use the bow and then a little bit of melee, I mean, maybe even melee, I could probably just do it myself, but I practiced it with range when I was doing it. And then I couldn't get the clip in time before I had to leave. Got some stutters sometimes without expensive scenarios. Like without it being like very busy on the screen, like a lot of stuff. I think that's all we can do for this area, right? Should probably level again before we die. How hard was the boss guarding the castle at the start? Margit was fairly difficult for me. I mean, he wasn't like incredibly hard, but I'd say he was like medium difficulty. I had played him on the network test, but I didn't really get that good at it. I got him to like a quarter health on the network test, I believe, within a half an hour of passing the controller with my friend. Have I killed Godric? I did, yeah. Okay. One more level. See, I need apparently mine to get the FP up. So we're going to do that. And then let's see if we can use Oleg. I really want to use Oleg so badly. Because he's got 2 swords. He looks like he's crazy. Still not enough. Wait, there was someone mentioned how much it was. Sorry, my brain is like a little bit scattered playing this. Where was it? Canadian showing you're fighting a moose. Yeah, that was pretty cool, man. That was Elliot the moose when he didn't drink his juice. That was what happens. Always give Elliot the moose some juice, or he may get loose. You missed 30 max FP. It's 100 FP. Oh, you need a lot for Oleg then. Damn. 20 mine then. Okay, we're gonna have to like level that up slowly. All right, we're gonna go back to another part of the game. Again, this is our map so far. We have this area, the study hall. It's incredibly strong. Like this whole area is incredibly powerful. I am not strong enough to kill anything in there easily, but I kind of want to check it out again. I'm trying to think of anything we can do to progress. We have the super big jar guy, and then we have 3 red phantoms in front of him. One of them I could barely even. I had like 100 and something damage, and it looked like it was just like a 100th of his HP or something. So I'm not sure if I'm strong enough for that yet either. There's the area with like all the dragon stuff going on, and there's that big building with the statue and the big dragon. Still haven't been able to do that, and that is also like a lot of the stuff we have unlocked basically I'm pretty weak for, so gotta find some stuff that's doable. Angry, thank you for gifting Governors a sub. I appreciate that. One sub off from the magic number, dude, and then you have to stop forever. That's the rule. Fought the invader here. Yes, I did kill the invader here on the 2nd day I played, I believe. How am I liking the hub? This area is really cool. I like it. I'm going to talk to this guy, actually.
You've met Garank, I take it.
Because we did meet the beast guy.
To our duties shared, we are now comrades in arms. I think you've earned this. The power of the Golden Order to aid the hunt of those who live in death.
Oh, cool. He gives us... Ooh, that is very nice. This is the homeboy, dude. He's got all the stuff that we want. Okay. Litany of Proper Death and Order's Blade. 17 face, 17 intelligence. So it seems what they've done for the incantations is they've made it so you have to use a little bit of other stats you normally wouldn't. Kind of like hexes in Dark Souls 2 where you combine faith and intelligence. So there's faith and arcane for some, I'm assuming, and then faith and intelligence for these two. Also, Joe Louis, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it, man. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Welcome. First time here. Keep going, Ham. What build are you using? Also, Froz, yeah, dude, I'm gonna be ready in a second to do our little discussion.
USAND?
Give me like, I'm trying to think. Give me like 5 to 10 minutes and I'll be ready. Also, thank you for the 68 months, man. You're so much farther ahead than me. You're happy about it because you get to avoid spoilers, but you really want to talk about where you're at because you feel like you're beating your head on the wall. Well, I'll catch up to you and then I'll figure out exactly what's going on there. But yeah, I'm really glad that a lot of you guys are. I'm actually hoping I can stay behind everybody playing this and be like, the last one to finish it, so people can watch the stream and not feel like it's a big deal. Instead of me rushing to finish it and missing a bunch of stuff, because I want the most thorough playthrough I can do, really. Like, I don't even want to... If I know I can roll the credits and we're at the end, I'm not going to do it until I know I've been satisfied. And that will take a lot of, getting the map fully discovered and doing all the optional stuff I can find. Even if it's easier stuff. Some of which we can go back to. There is some things in the very first area that we probably can return to. So, yeah, I'm going to take a look at that in a second. Oh, we also have to go back to... what's his name? Kenneth Height. We need to go find him and talk to him about that fort that we got the medallion from, the left side. Okay, so I'm going to buy this. And then this one creates an image of order to deal holy damage. We'll get both.
I serve the Golden Order.
This guy's name is just D.
That I might put this crooked land to rights, following only the guidance of the great Elden Ring. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
Nice. See, this guy that's named D knows how to make character names. Our character's name's G, so single letter character names of the future of this game, and the Elden Lords may not have names longer than one letter. And so it's been said. You've had many head versus wall moments. I haven't had any of those yet, but I'm expecting quite a few later on.
Allow me a word of advice. As your senior, you are a mere visitor to the Round Table. Nothing more, a house guest. Yet to earn their keep. Remember your place, newcomer.
Cool. Oh, she's back here now too.
Greetings. Nice to see you again. My name is Roderica.
Roderica.
I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive though? The Round Table hold. Covert quarters of the Two Fingers. And gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots. Although, it's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
Cool.
It's all a bit much for me. I'm still looking.
You're doing an int build, and the invader here pushed your shit for an hour. Dude, that guy that has the magic in this area, the invader, oh my god, he's so hard. But like, there's even harder ones we found too. There's just some ridiculous ones, to be honest. So I need to go to the blacksmith really quick before we get out of here. And then, yeah, the level's going into face, so we can use those buffs. If we get enough, we can use everything we got.
Oh, your divinity, have mercy and grant me forgiveness.
Choreo, you're still iffy on the open world concept. You want to know something personally? It's
One day without fail, you will have your wish.
It's not my thing either, typically.
Grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika.
Oh no, blacksmith is begging for forgiveness. 1 second.
You, is it? I didn't notice you there. I'll be doing my job, same as ever. Just lay out your arms.
Okay. So yeah, I'm not typically into the open world games anymore. I played stuff like Oblivion, Skyrim, Morrowind, Fallout 3. And then I got kind of tired of it because the quality of the game had to suffer for the openness and the scale of it. And therefore they couldn't keep up with a lot of other AAA games. And now we've gotten to a point where this game treks into the territory of mainstream with, you know, coming from a history of really good action RPGs, but that are a little bit janky and not quite refined. And they refined it in the quality that you'd expect of something like Sekiro, which they had done previously, maybe even further than that. But then they've made the open world have different layers of density, so it's not just a sandbox you just run flat across, you know, with some levels of vertical aspects, but so, you know, in a way that you get the same level of density as the design of Dark Souls 1 within an open map that also has stuff kind of like Chalice Dungeons from Bloodborne, but even bigger and more unique. And then even the overworld itself still has a lot of I guess, atmosphere to it and charm, where you don't really feel like you're running through the same place, because even the bigger areas have differences, and they transition super well. So, like, it's hard to say that it's relatable to any other open world game I've ever played.
Hey, how are you liking Elden Ring so far?
I think it sets a new standard for open world.
Well.
That's my personal take on it. But yeah, you could say, okay, Witcher, awesome open world, whatever, but is Witcher's combat as good as this game? I beg to differ. I would say Witcher's combat's not better than this game. So it has to suffer somewhere, right? And that's the impressive part of it. If it suffered in quality, then yeah, sure, I wouldn't say that it was worth the scaling of the game, but they figured out a way to do it, and there's not a huge downside to that. Like, in fact, there's actually only more quality than there was previously. Also, Save Dragon, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. And Siles, thank you for the 4 months as well. I appreciate it, man. I'm loving this game so far, man. It's my favorite game. It's really cool. I can't wait to see if my predictions for the story turn out to be true and how that unfolds as well. Wondering if we should save the weapon. That we have regular smithing stones for the jawbone axe. Apparently, is what we could do. The dragon one is still Sombering Stone 1, which we have none of. Once we find one of those, we have a bunch of other ones. So I might as well just upgrade the regular halberd. And then we'll try to go for another special weapon on the side. And then we got +5. and probably have to find another blacksmith to do more.
Back all no matter.
Oh no, we just have to have more of the two stones. We skipped them and we went right to the 3 stones. Corio, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it, man. Welcome. What's everyone's thoughts on the horse? I love the horse, dude. I think it's really cool. I think it's necessary to be able to traverse the landscape a little bit more seamlessly and fast, because you'd be running obviously for a long time if you didn't have it. But you don't always necessarily feel yourself needing to use it if you're out in the open. You do want to get off of it and just kind of explore on your feet too. And you can choose. You literally could run without the horse. You don't actually have to do it. So it's a nice bit of extra freedom for the movement. And then especially to get up to like really high places, or, you know, just jump all over all the landscape that you couldn't have jumped on before because there wasn't an independent button like this. You get that double jump. So it just adds a lot more exploration to it. But again, it doesn't sacrifice anything else because of that. And that's the main appeal, really. I mean, it would have been cool for them to make this earlier, but there just wasn't a way for them to do it, obviously.
Are you that new? You've done well. I interpret the words. Look there. The fingers tremble to welcome you, Shardbearer. Let their wisdom wash over you.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But so it is that the tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind.
So she's talking about the thing I got from Godric. She wants me to acquire more.
Restore the Golden Order.
I wonder if I have to offer them to the finger thing.
Words of the fingers guide you.
It does say something about that on the description when we were reading it, so. Oh, cool. We got Rapture. Nice. Yeah, we must appease the 2 fingers. Look how hairy the 1 finger is. Oh, the other one's pretty bad too. That's crazy. Predictions on potential DLCs. I think there will be a DLC for this, 100%. But I think for today, guys, that's going to be about it. I know it wasn't as long of a stream as you might have wanted. I definitely have not been streaming this as heavily as some other people. I'm trying to pace myself. I would go an extra hour today, but I'm recording a video with Faraz. We're just going to do a discussion about the game. So that was about it for today. I'll talk to her one more time before we go.
Well, I see. A remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. Demigods and even the creator of the champions are hewn by the Earth Tree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the fingers. Do not recoil from my offer. The fingers guide us all. And you, tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
Receive power from remembrance. Okay, here's the transposition. So this is kind of like a Ludleth type character here. And there's the Axe of Godric. So let me check and see that. That is just straight physical damage. 34 strength, 22 dex, excuse me. Or we could get the Grafted Dragon. That's just fire. I would definitely go more for that because we're going to be going with Faith. That could be a nice offhand thing if you can use it in your left hand especially. That'd be really cool. I thought that was a spell he was using or something like that. I didn't know that was actually like a physical item. So we're gonna go with that for sure between these two. So I'm gonna grab that before we go. Let me double check our inventory. I think these ones might be. I think they're like either 600 or 1,000. I don't know. I'm just gonna pop 2 of them. Okay, they're 800. And then we'll use one of these. Perfect. Nice. And then I can't use this just yet. What are my stats right now? Faith is 14. So if I use that other thing that we got, the other talisman, I believe, then we could meet the requirements. Just to check it out really quick before we go. This one right here, Faith 17, perfect. And then, where is it? Nice. I can't attack in here though. I gotta go back out to be able to do that. So we'll just go. It might be time to go back and do that thing in the beginning, the Stranded Graveyard maybe, or the Cave of Knowledge. Let's go back to the first area. Elijah, thanks. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Stream gonna end? Yeah, we're gonna have to end it here. I'm gonna be recording a little thing, just a discussion of my playthrough so far and what I like about the game with Faraz, and then his experience. We're gonna try to make 2 different podcasts. They're about an hour or so. One early game with low spoilers or early experience, and then once we've beaten everything and we've done a little bit of other stuff, we're gonna record one, like, you know, having grasped the whole game. And we thought that'd be just a cool idea, just to have some sort of discussion on it that you can listen to. So I'll make sure I edit it with some cool stuff going on while we're talking. Ooh. Yo, I might have just killed somebody if there was an NPC over there that I didn't check for. That's not good. That's pretty cool, man. And then you just get a punch otherwise. What if we two-hand it? Can we? No. Again, look at this. That is so cool, man. Alright, well, we got some new stuff to use next time. We'll end it with the nice view of the Erd tree. And we'll try that new gesture, too. The Rapture. Where is it? There we go. As the choir just starts stretching out. That's a good thumbnail too, actually. I have to leave that. It's like the new Praise the Sun, man. Cool. Well, if you guys enjoyed the stream, here's the Twitter to know when I go live. Here's the YouTube if you want to see my other playthroughs of this so far, the other parts of it. We're going to be uploading part 3 right when I'm done right now. It'll be available within the next 15 minutes. And then part 4 will be up after the stream tomorrow, as well as some other stuff on the way. There's an Elden Ring playlist with some small videos that I just thought were pretty cool so far. And then there's a bunch of Dark Souls content as well and other things. Here's the Instagram. And I appreciate you guys enjoying the stream. It was fun. We'll be back tomorrow with some more. I'm going to find someone we can host. And I'm going to try to make sure either I don't see anything of what they're doing and not look, or we'll raid someone that's not as far into the game, if it's even possible. We be dodging spoilers, man. Even main page is not safe. Okay. Let's see. Lethal's streaming right now. I don't know if he's actually really far into this or not. Oh, I'm seeing things I don't want to see. Okay, closing the meeting.